Night folds heavily over the Rhine. The air tastes of iron and distant smoke. Along the riverbank, a procession moves without song. Only the rasp of torches, the murmur of wet boots in mud, and the low toll of a bell carried by a child too young to know what it means. They gather near the reeds where fishermen once anchored their nets, though no one fishes here anymore. The water flickers red, though no flame touches it. Somewhere above, beyond the haze, something moves. Wide, silent, and burning. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. A hiss crosses the night like a tearing cloth. Men kneel, making the sign of the cross so quickly their fingers blur. Women clutch rosaries carved from river bone. Someone whispers the old word, Drachen, a term older than Latin, rooted in the Gothic Draco. To see, to watch. It meant more than monster. It meant something that saw you back. The torchlight bends in the mist, painting their faces amber. They stare upward. For an instant, the darkness parts and reveals a streak, fiery, curved like a serpent's spine, fading before any cry can rise. The priest calls it a star fallen from heaven, but no one believes him. A smell of sulfur trails the wind. The reeds crackle, as if smoldering from within. By dawn, the place looks ordinary again. Gray water, folded mist, gulls wheeling. Yet villagers from Boppard to Koblenz speak of a living flame that hunted the sky. In taverns they trade descriptions. Wings like sails, scales bright as molten glass, a roar that turned milk sour in its buckets. Chroniclers will later mark this year, 1241, as a season of drought and trembling earth. The Rhine runs low, exposing stones carved with forgotten runes. Monks from a nearby priory collect the villagers' accounts. They record that oxen refused to cross the shallows, that candles guttered in daylight, and that one shepherd claimed to see a serpent of fire dive into the water, leaving neither wave nor smoke. He swore the river boiled for hours after. No proof remains, but the abbey cellar still bears a patch of blackened stone that smells faintly of brimstone when rain seeps through. To understand the Drachen, one must return to the age before the cross, when forests ruled and the line between serpent and god was thin as breath. In the old Saxon tongue, serpents symbolized the underground fire that both destroyed and renewed. When Christianity spread through these valleys, missionaries crushed the serpent idols, renaming them demons. But the fire stayed. Peasants still left milk at hollow stones for the worms of the hill, an echo of an older pact. In medieval German usage, worm or worm described more than a snake. It meant a great coiled creature that slept under mountains and breathed through fissures. Miners in the Harz said the warmth of their tunnels came from its breath. Scholars later Latinized the term into Draco, but villagers never let go of worm. In their songs, the worm guards buried treasure, punishes greed, and keeps watch over ancestral bones. When it stirs, the earth quakes. Tonight, the earth is restless. Bells from Cologne to Mainz toll at odd hours without human touch. Sparks fall through the nave roofs as if born from unseen embers. The archbishop issues a decree warning against pagan panic and instructs all churches to hold a 7-day vigil. But the clergy whisper their own fears. They know what the peasants know. The ground is moving beneath them. At the edge of Oberwesel, a farmer finds his field blistered in a perfect spiral, as if something enormous turned beneath the soil. He digs until he hits glass, melted sand hardened into sheets. He breaks off a shard and brings it to the local abbot, who declares it a work of lightning. Yet lightning does not twist itself like a coil. The farmer hides another piece in his barn. For years afterward, his crops grow unusually green, though animals avoid the field. The legend of the fire-serpent spreads along the trade routes. Merchants carry the story north toward Bremen, adding flourishes, glowing eyes, a tail of smoke, a voice that mocks prayers. Pilgrims, already weary of plague rumors, take these as signs of the apocalypse foretold in Revelation, the dragon of 7 heads that casts stars from the sky. But local storytellers disagree. To them, the Drachen is not the devil. It is the land's wounded spirit, awakened by greed and iron. Some nights, watchmen swear to see bright coils writhing within storm clouds. Others report hearing a low hum beneath bridges, like the breathing of a sleeping beast. When lightning strikes, the sound deepens into a growl. Records from 1242 mention rivers of fire flowing briefly down forest ravines, which modern geology later explains as burning gas escaping peat beds. But the chroniclers of that time have no such vocabulary. They write simply, "The dragon walks in light. As fear grows, so does ritual." Children wear small iron crosses at their throats. Women bury eggshells near the hearth to trap the fire. Fishermen avoid the central current of the Rhine, believing it to be the Drachen's path. Once a month, peasants gather to pour ale into the river as an offering. They call it Trinken des Worms, the worm's drink. Priests condemn it as superstition, yet some quietly bless the ale before it's poured. Faith and fear often share a cup. A chronicler from the monastery of Lorsch writes of a night when the sky itself seemed to breathe. The stars moved as if alive, he notes, and a red wind passed over the abbey. Our candles burned blue. The brothers heard a whisper beneath the earth, as though the stones themselves prayed. He concludes, "It is the serpent of fire, servant or warning of the Almighty. We do not know." Travelers who pass through these lands take the story with them. In the markets of Frankfurt, artisans carve dragon heads onto shields, claiming they ward off the creature's gaze. In Nuremberg, an alchemist sells Drachenol, said to cure blindness. The oil is only pitch mixed with herbs, but people pay gladly. Fear creates its own economy. By mid-century, the legend has hardened. A Dominican preacher named Conrad of Trier delivers fiery sermons describing the Drachen as the embodiment of pride, Lucifer's last breath imprisoned in the soil. He tells listeners that each sighting marks another soul's fall. When the serpent rises, he warns, the earth answers for our sins. His words spread faster than any flame. But among the miners and woodsmen, another belief takes root, that the Drachen feeds on greed, not sin. They say it guards buried hoards left by ancient kings and will scorch those who dig too deep. Whenever a mine collapses, they claim the dragon turned in its sleep. The superstition becomes so entrenched that foremen begin to make offerings before each new shaft, a loaf of bread, a coin, a prayer whispered into the darkness. Across these tales runs a constant thread, the union of fear and fascination. To see a Drachen is to be doomed, yet every generation seeks the sight. Artists paint it curling around castle towers. Poets imagine it whispering in Latin. Nobles adopt it as heraldic symbol, placing the serpent they fear upon their banners. The paradox defines the age, a world both terrified of and enthralled by fire. In winter, When snow muffles the valleys, an old woman tells children how the first Drachen came to be. She says a serpent drank the breath of men for 100 years until it burst into flame. The children laugh until she adds, "It still drinks." They fall silent, listening to the crackle of the hearth. The Rhine remains calm tonight, yet beneath its surface, something glows faintly. A thin red thread winding through dark water. Whether it is gas, current, or myth, none can say. But every ripple bears the memory of that first burning trail, the moment when sky and river mirrored each other, and the word Drachen passed from superstition into history. The bell that once marked the procession now hangs silent in a chapel half swallowed by vines. If struck, locals claim, it hums like something alive, low, resonant, and warm to the touch, as if remembering fire. They call it the serpent's echo. The legend has only begun to coil. Morning light slants through mist along the upper Rhine, painting the ruins of a small abbey in pale gold. Smoke curls from the chimneys of Mainz in the distance, where stonemasons repair a collapsed bell tower said to have melted from the dragon's heat. The workmen curse quietly. The stones hiss when touched with water, as if they still remember burning. Beneath the scaffolds, rumors move faster than mortar. Some say a creature nested under the abbey crypt. Others whisper of relics charred black, of Latin pages too hot to hold. When the abbot of Mainz orders a full excavation, he does so in the name of science, at least as the 13th century understands it. Monks descend into the ruined cellar armed with shovels, prayer, and fear. The air thickens with the smell of soot and tallow. At the third spade's depth, they strike something hard, curved like a rib, but long as a man's arm. Its surface gleams faintly, neither stone nor bone. "Dragon remains," one brother breathes. "Lightning glass," says another. They argue softly while continuing to dig. What they uncover is a tangle of twisted metal, fused to bone and ash. The metal is blackened iron, shaped roughly into hooks and chains. The abbot records the find in a neat hand. In subterraneo ecclesiae, vestigia combusti monstri cum instrumentis ignoti usus. In the substructure of the church, traces of a burned monster with tools of unknown use. No one can explain how iron melted beneath a stone floor. Within days, pilgrims arrive. They press coins into the monks' hands to glimpse the dragon's tomb. The abbot forbids entry, but curiosity leaks through walls like smoke. A woman claims to see the beast's shadow reflected in the holy water. Children gather stones from the excavation site, believing them to grant immunity to fever. Before long, the abbot is forced to seal the crypt entirely. Yet at night, monks still hear faint dripping, metal cooling after an invisible fire. The chronicle from this period grows strange. Accounts of dragon sightings rise sharply whenever famine worsens or plague spreads. It is as if the people, starved and frightened, need a visible enemy to match their unseen suffering. Many believe the Drachen dwells beneath the ground, feeding on rot and sin. Farmers note that when crops fail, fissures open in the fields, releasing warm vapor. They kneel, pray, and pour milk into the cracks. In a letter dated 1245, a Dominican inquisitor named Brother Ulrich writes, "The peasants worship heat itself. They name the fissures mouths and claim to hear voices. I fear not dragons, but heresy." His words reach the archbishop, who dispatches a commission to Mainz to verify whether natural or diabolic agency be the cause. The commission arrives with candles, parchment, and armed guards. Their inspection lasts 3 days. They report ash of unnatural depth and walls that glimmer faintly in darkness. On the final night, one scribe writes that he awoke to see red light seeping through the cracks of the floor. He thought it torchlight, but no torches burned. The next morning, the abbot orders the site resealed with consecrated wax and lime. Modern volcanologists, centuries later, would explain this as subterranean gas igniting spontaneously. But for those living along the Rhine in the 1200s, it was proof that something alive moved beneath their feet. By midsummer, Mainz becomes a city haunted by omens. Flocks of birds flee west at dusk. Dogs refuse to cross certain streets. The cathedral organ bursts into sound, though no one touches the keys. The populace interprets every tremor as a dragon stirring, so the clergy invent a ritual to calm them. On St. Michael's Day, townsfolk march through the streets carrying banners of the archangel crushing a serpent. They chant psalms louder than their fear. The first such procession draws thousands. When no further fires appear that week, they proclaim victory. But 1 year later, the sky burns red again. Many chroniclers note how intimately fear and faith intertwined. The legend of the Drachen became a language through which catastrophe could be named. A sudden fever? Dragon's breath. Lightning storm? It's passing. Drought? It drinks again. In the absence of understanding, myth offered a kind of structure, a way to file chaos into familiar shapes. Among scholars, debate splits sharply. Some theologians argue the Drachen is a test sent by God. Others call it an illusion conjured by demons to distract the faithful. A minority propose that it is simply one of the creatura ignis, a class of fiery beings mentioned in apocryphal texts. One obscure treatise, De Vermibus Inferni, claims that each dragon embodies a cardinal sin. Pride burns gold, envy burns green, wrath burns red. According to this scheme, the Rhine dragon must be red, hence wrath itself given form. Meanwhile, villagers develop their own defensive rituals. They place buckets of milk at crossroads, tie sprigs of rowan to their doors, and draw chalk symbols on barns. Ironically, many of these come from pre-Christian customs, once outlawed by the church. But desperate people return easily to old ways. A chronicler sighs, "Superstitio revivicit sicut serpens, etiam post mille annos." Superstition revives like the serpent, even after 1,000 years. One story spreads of a blacksmith named Lorenz, whose forge lay near the river. He swears that on a windless night, his fire roared white-hot, and a voice whispered from the bellows, "Temper it in my blood." Terrified, he quenches the blade in a vat of river water instead of oil. The steam rises in the shape of wings. The next day, his hammer arm is blistered as though by flame, but the blade never dulls again. That sword later hangs in Mainz Cathedral, labeled Ferrum Draconis. Pilgrims touch it for courage before journeys. By 1250, the Rhine region becomes a crucible of belief. Priests preach of dragons while alchemists seek their ashes. Knights pledge to hunt them as acts of piety. In one chronicle, Count Dietrich of Thuringia leads an expedition into the Schwarzwald, claiming to have found a pit breathing smoke guarded by a trembling earth. They lower a cage of iron containing a goat smeared with honey, a lure borrowed from old Norse dragon tales. When they raise the cage, it is empty and half melted. Dietrich's men flee. He returns alone, skin burned in whorls like scales. He lives 3 days. His final words, "It was made of light. The church buries him with honors." though privately debates whether his death was victory or punishment. In sermons afterward, preachers speak of him as a martyr against darkness. Children play games pretending to be Dietrich's soldiers, waving sticks as swords. Thus, legend feeds itself, terror becoming entertainment, entertainment returning to terror. One chronicler describes the dragon's call as a trumpet beneath the earth. Some nights, townspeople claim to hear it echo through wells. The sound grows deepest just before earthquakes, giving birth to the phrase, "The dragon sings." To this day, in certain German villages, elders use the term for rumbling thunder. Archaeological layers from this period reveal widespread fires, some accidental, others deliberate burnings meant to purify land. Charred timber and melted roof tiles form a geological signature of fear. Each layer is a prayer turned to smoke. What fascinates modern historians is how quickly the Drachen legend fused natural phenomena with moral panic. A peat explosion becomes a sermon. A lightning strike turns into proof of sin. And yet, behind it all, there is genuine awe, the recognition that the earth itself breathes and burns. A rhetorical question lingers. If you lived in such a world, where night sometimes glowed red and the ground hissed beneath your feet, would you have believed any differently? By the late 1250s, Mainz is no longer alone in its dread. Reports arrive from Franconia, Swabia, even Bohemia. Everywhere, people see shapes of flame twisting above hills. Chroniclers note that the appearances often precede outbreaks of plague or famine. Scholars of later centuries will call this correlation superstition. Yet one cannot dismiss the rhythm. Suffering follows flame. Flame follows fear. In response, city councils begin to treat dragon hunts as civic duty. They assign night watches, ring bells at the first sign of red cloud, and issue edicts banning the speaking of serpent charms. Those caught whispering forbidden prayers are fined or flogged. Ironically, such laws only spread the very stories they aim to suppress. The more people fear speaking, the more vivid the legends grow in private rooms. At the same time, merchants exploit the craze. Inns display paintings of dragon battles. Peddlers sell scales chipped from old helmets. Potters mold drinking cups shaped like coiled worms. Children learn lullabies that begin, "Sleep or the serpent will breathe your name." What began as terror becomes culture, then economy, then faith again. In a record dated 1257, the chronicler Lambert of Hersfeld writes, "We live between ash and prayer." His phrase endures. Centuries later, historians will find it carved into a beam of Mainz Cathedral, half burned but still legible. The Drachen, real or not, becomes the patron of the age's anxieties, a mirror that glows whenever the world darkens. The abbey where the bones were found stands silent now. Only the river moves, curling around its ruins like memory around grief. And sometimes, at dusk, the water reflects something brighter than the sun, a shimmer that vanishes when you blink. The villagers say it is the dragon returning to count the stones once stolen from its rest. The chronicles of the next decade open like wounds. From the valleys of the Taunus to the plains of Swabia, reports of serpents born from fire multiply, each telling differently shaped but rooted in one shared conviction that something older than mankind still moves beneath the crust of the Holy Roman lands. In the year 1261, a parchment from Würzburg records the phrase, "Draco natus ex vermibus vetustis," a dragon born of ancient worms. It describes a phenomenon as ordinary as it is terrifying. Snakes nesting near smoldering peat pits that, after a century, change their skin for fire. The notion is absurd to us now, but it made perfect sense to medieval naturalists. They believed creatures could transform through long exposure to elements. Fish into snakes, snakes into dragons, given enough heat and sin, and thus the concept of the Drachen's birthright took form. It was said that each dragon began as a simple serpent living in the roots of the earth, coiling through warm stones, drinking vapors rising from below. When it had lived 100 years and consumed enough breath of men, meaning exhaled air from graveyards or battlefields, it would ignite from within, its scales turning to mirrors, its lungs to furnaces. From that day forward, it ceased crawling and began to fly. What they called breath of men had a cruel poetry. In times of plague or war, when bodies lay unburied, villagers would notice strange fires flickering near mass graves. To them, this was not decomposition, it was birth. They said the dragon fed on our final sighs, that human death was its baptismal fire. Some chroniclers wrote that dragons rose most often after great battles, as if wrath itself had taken wing. That image, the serpent rising from the corpses of men, etched itself into European imagination for centuries. It appears in stained glass, in marginalia, even in cathedral carvings. One column in Regensburg still shows a coiled creature with human faces trapped between its claws. For the masons who sculpted it, this was not fantasy, but warning. What men shed in anger, nature reclaims in flame. Behind these images hides a deeper philosophy of the Middle Ages, the belief that sin is a natural force, not merely moral. It can thicken the air, stain the soil, alter creation. The dragon, therefore, was both symptom and cure, a punishment made visible, purging wickedness by fire. An old preacher from Cologne explained it this way: the serpent that burns is our sin confessing itself. For him, the Drachen was not the devil, but the conscience of the land, roaring when humanity forgot its place. His sermons drew crowds who wept as though at funerals. At the same time, folk stories painted a gentler picture. In one Rhineland tale, the dragon begins life as a worm, entrusted with guarding treasure under the hills. Only when betrayed by humans, robbed or mocked, does it erupt into flame. It is greed that gives it wings, the tale says. The line would echo through later centuries, evolving into proverbs still used today. Der Drache schlaft im Gold. The dragon sleeps in gold. In these contradictions, monster and guardian, curse and conscience, the Drachen myth found its longevity. Every side could claim it. The clergy saw it as demon. Peasants saw it as justice. Alchemists saw it as revelation. Among those alchemists was one named Gottfried von Altena, a recluse near the Black Forest, whose surviving notes read like scripture. He believed dragons were the physical manifestation of the element sulfur philosophorum, the living principle of fire. To him, their blood contained the secret of transmutation. He writes, "Who drinks the heart of the dragon becomes neither man nor beast, but eternal flame, clothed in thought." It is unclear how Gottfried met his end. One marginal note by a later hand adds, "He sought the beast and was consumed." His abandoned hut was found with its roof burned from within, yet the trees around it remained untouched. Even as scholars debated the dragon's nature, ordinary people catalogued its signs. Birth omens gained grim detail. A child born under a red moon or during thunder was said to bear the dragon's mark. A small patch of scaled skin or hair, the color of copper. Such children, called Drachenkinder, were believed destined to either slay or serve the beast. Many were hidden by parents or given to monasteries for safekeeping. One account tells of a boy named Matisse from Trier, born during a comet's passing. A scarlet membrane covered his face, a caul, a thin birth veil once considered a blessing among sailors. But in these lands, red meant flame. The midwife screamed, claiming the child bore the fire's own veil. Matisse survived, though villagers refused to let him touch their water. At 15, he vanished into the hills during a lightning storm. A shepherd later claimed to see him walking through smoke without harm. None found his body, and so the story decided itself. He had joined the dragon, not died by it. Such tales reveal how myth and biology entangled. Skin diseases, birthmarks, even freckles could brand someone cursed. The church occasionally intervened, insisting that deformities were trials, not signs of sin. Yet belief runs deeper than decree. In markets and inns, people still whispered about dragon blood hidden in certain families. Some nobles embraced the rumor, tracing lineage to ancient slayers, or even to the dragon itself. A few added serpents to their coats of arms, claiming descent from fire-tamed beasts. Thus, reputation became inheritance. It was in this same century that the town of Drachenfels, Dragon's Rock, took its name. Perched above the Rhine near Königswinter, the basalt cliffs hold caves shaped like gaping jaws. Locals said the first settlers found the stone warm to touch even in winter. They built a chapel there, hoping to cool the earth with prayer. Yet when masons cut deeper, sparks leapt from their chisels, though no metal struck. The foreman wrote to his bishop, "The mountain breathes as though it dreams." Those caves would later house both pilgrims and fugitives. Miners brought candles and left them burning in niches, offerings to keep the dragon asleep. Over time, the soot formed natural icons, black serpentine patterns that modern visitors still mistake for carvings. Nature and belief fused so seamlessly that even scholars struggled to tell them apart. What made the Drachen more potent than other monsters was its omnipresence. Vampires, ghosts, demons, they haunted specific moments or sins. The dragon, by contrast, could explain almost anything. Disease, fire, thunder, madness. Its form adapted to every fear. When plague swept through Mainz in 1273, people said the dragon now flew invisible, its wings spreading contagion. When the Rhine froze unusually late, they said it had gone to sleep. Fear, once loosed, finds endless shapes, yet not all tales end in terror. In a manuscript from 1279, a monk named Rabanus writes of a hermit who met a dragon in the woods and prayed instead of fleeing. The beast lowered its head and wept fiery tears that turned to amber. When Rabanus shows the amber beads to his brothers, they melt into light. Thus, he writes, compassion cooled the flame. Scholars later dismissed it as allegory, but villagers still believed certain amber stones could calm lightning. The 13th century closes with Europe both enlightened and entranced. Cathedrals rise, universities form, yet superstition remains the people's poetry. The dragon persists because it answers the question logic cannot. Why do good fields burn? Why do prayers fail? Why does the earth roar when we sin? At the Abbey of Eberbach, a librarian annotates a psalm margin with tiny serpents coiling around the words miserere me. When the abbot asks why, he answers, to remind the singers whom they ask mercy from. In these small gestures, the carving of a scale, the fear of a red moon, the Drachen lives on. A belief so deep, it no longer needs proof. The Rhine flows untroubled tonight, reflecting both moon and memory. But down in its mud lie the bones of serpents and men alike, equal in the eyes of time. The villagers say the river sleeps over them like a dragon's lidless eye. Should that eye ever open again, the world will see not a monster, but its own reflection in flame. Dawn comes late to the boglands between Cologne and Aachen, where mist clings to the ground like smoke that refuses to rise. The peasants call this land Feuerbruch, the fire break, because every few decades it burns without warning. Some say the peat catches from lightning, others from the size of the buried. But lately, the villagers blame only one thing: the Drachen that drinks the swamp's breath. The year is 1282. Drought grips the Rhineland. Wells run shallow, and windmills groan on dry bearings. Then one evening, shepherds on the moor see a pillar of flame twisting above the reeds. It moves as if alive, curling and uncoiling in slow rhythm. By dawn, a circle of ground stands glassed, not charred, as if the fire licked but never touched. From that day, livestock refused to graze within the ring. A priest sent from Aachen writes that he saw a red vapor shaped like a coil, gliding over the bog and vanishing when he raised his crucifix. His report to the bishop reads almost pleading. If it be natural, may God reveal the nature. If not, may he chain it. But no chain reaches vapor. Modern readers might think of methane, of pockets of gas erupting through the peat. Yet to the minds of the 13th century, such fires had purpose, not chemistry. The villagers call them dragon's eggs, believing each flame marks a nesting site. To them, the Drachen breeds where the soil itself bleeds fire. They build barriers of wet turf, hang charms carved with St. George's cross, and hammer iron spikes into the ground to pin the heat. The smell of sulfur seeps through anyway. Mothers smear ash across thresholds, muttering the old rhyme, "What burns below may not burn within." Faith, fear, and habit form the trinity of survival. One night, a farmer named Jakob decides to test the legend. He ties a goat near the scorched circle and waits with a spear tipped in tin, metal said to reflect dragon flame. When midnight fog thins, the ground begins to glow beneath the animal. Jakob sees something move, shimmering, almost beautiful, like silk in firelight. He strikes, but the spear tip melts before touching it. The next morning, neighbors find him alive yet hairless, eyes clouded white. He repeats a single phrase until death. "It saw me see it." The church investigates. The local canon, fearing panic, declares it a vision permitted by God to humble the proud. But word spreads faster than blessing. Within a month, pilgrims arrive to kneel at Jacob's grave, scraping soil into pouches as protection from heatstroke and fever. Commerce follows faith. Small shrines rise on every road. These moor fires birth one of the era's most enduring beliefs, that dragons are not born, but leak. They seep through fissures where the world is thin. The bog becomes metaphor, a membrane between realms. When it blisters, light escapes. Theologians seize the image eagerly. A Dominican writer compares the Drachen's flame to heresy, an inner corruption breaking the skin of Christendom. His treatise, copied widely, ensures that every future flare of swamp gas will summon both preacher and mob in the decades that follow. Chroniclers document fire from the moorlands with morbid precision. Each entry links natural disaster to moral lapse. 1285, drought and unchaste festivals. 1288, comet and gambling in taverns. 1291, red fog over Cologne after tax revolt. In this moral bookkeeping, the dragon becomes the empire's accountant, tallying sin in flame. But beyond sermons and fear lies fascination. Children sneak to the marshes at dusk, hoping to see the serpent lights. Lovers swear eternal oaths before them. Old widows claim that standing near the glow cures joint pain. Even the skeptical bishop keeps a vial of peat ash on his desk, lest the devil mistake his warmth for invitation. Throughout these years, natural inquiry begins to stir. A few clerks trained in the new scholastic method attempt rational explanations. Exhalations of the earth, ignis fatuus. Yet even they write the term spiritus igneus, fiery spirit. Science, still half asleep, dreams in the language of faith. One parchment from 1293 tells of a monk named Odo who tried to capture the flame in a glass vessel. He waited by the marsh with a bell jar borrowed from the infirmary. When the light appeared, he lowered the jar over it. The glass burst instantly, scattering shards that glowed red for an hour. Odo survived but was expelled for seeking covenant with elementals. His fragmentary notes survive. It moves as breath, feels as thought, answers to none. As reports grow, so do rituals. Each year on Midsummer's Eve, villages across the Rhineland light controlled bonfires on hills to satisfy the dragon. People dance around the flames, tossing herbs and coins into the air. The church tolerates it, rebranding the festival as a feast of St. John, but everyone knows whom the fire truly honors. Lightning becomes another of the dragon's tongues. When storms strike, farmers ring bells to confuse the serpent's ear. Iron crosses fixed atop churches serve double duty. Religious and electrical protection merged centuries before anyone knew of current. Faith saves lives by accident. A rare humorous note appears in a chronicle from Bonn. A man placed a mirror on his roof so the dragon might admire itself and depart. The next storm broke only his pride. Such asides remind us that even amid terror, people laughed. Perhaps they had to. By the turn of the 14th century, the concept of fire-serpents has permeated every level of life. Guilds adopt dragon symbols to claim mastery of heat. Blacksmiths, glassblowers, brewers. Coins minted in Cologne bear a coiled worm beneath the archangel, implying that the city tames what others fear. Civic pride feeds on myth as easily as myth feeds on fear. Still, the countryside smolders with unease. Travelers along the river report nights when the water itself glows, as if a lantern passed below. Fishermen abandon their nets, convinced that any catch from a burning river would poison the soul. Priests attempt reassurance, quoting Ezekiel's vision of fiery creatures that carry God's glory. Yet the people hear only half the message. The glory burns. When asked centuries later why dragons became so central to German folklore, one scholar replied, "Because the land kept breathing smoke." It is difficult to argue. The Rhineland sits atop restless geology, peat fires, volcanic vents, minerals that spark when struck. The earth's exhalations gave the legend its lungs. Humanity supplied the heart, a rhetorical pause. If you had lived then, watching fire move like life across your fields, what story would you have chosen? Gas and fault lines, or wrath and wonder? Which gives more comfort when the sky itself seems alive? In the archives of Aachen rests a weathered psalter, whose margins bloom with miniature dragons, each exhaling gold leaf instead of flame. The artist, anonymous, painted them curling around prayers for rain, At the base, he added one line not from scripture, but from rumor. The fire teaches those who listen to its silence. By the close of this era, the notion of natural dragons takes root, a paradoxical blending of myth and observation. Travelers no longer claim to see wings or claws, only light and noise. The beast becomes less body than phenomenon, a behavior mistaken for intention. Yet intention is precisely what humans need to endure the unknown. The boglands still smoke at times, the smell faint but unmistakable, sulfur and decay. Villagers no longer call it curse. They simply say, "The old one breathes." Children grow up hearing that phrase as lullaby and warning alike. When they see distant lightning flicker across the marsh, they whisper, "He turns in his sleep." And so the legend survives another century, trading flesh for flame, claw for vapor, but never dying, only changing shape, exactly as its believers once said it could. In the waning years of the 13th century, the legend of the Drachen changes again, no longer a distant fire on the moor, but a predator that walks among men. The story begins in Thuringia, in a valley hemmed by black forests and crumbling basalt ridges. There, the town of Heinichen sits like an ember cupped in ash. Its people live by charcoal. They burn timber in earthen pits, feeding their fires slowly for days until the wood collapses into fuel for the forges of Erfurt and Naumburg. The valley smells always of smoke. When strangers approach, they mistake the haze for mist. For the locals, the scent is ordinary, until the year it changed. It begins with an odor sharper than smoke, metallic, sulfurous, stinging the eyes. The charcoal burners blame the wind, but when one of their pits collapses, the earth groans as if hollow. Beneath the ash, they find blackened stone fused into glassy shapes that twist like ribs. Some claim to see them pulse with inner light. Soon after, livestock vanish. Sheep are found crisped to white dust, their iron bells melted to drips. Trees near the ridge lose bark overnight, and at twilight, hunters glimpse something moving in the haze. Low, sinuous, glowing faintly like coals under skin. They call it der Worm, the worm, the village priest writes to the Bishop of Erfurt. A serpent of fire plagues us. We pray and fast, yet the fields steam as if from hell itself. The bishop, wary of hysteria, sends a single knight to investigate, one Otto von Eisenach, a veteran of the Livonian Crusades. He arrives with a rusted breastplate and the weary certainty of a man who has seen too many explanations dressed as miracles. Otto listens to the tales, examines the scorched fields, and pronounces them natural. Lightning, he says. Perhaps bandits. Fear makes flames grow larger in the telling. But on the third night, he rides alone toward the ridge, following a trail of melted hoofprints. What happened next survives in fragments: a letter, a ballad, and a page from the monastery at Reinhardsbrunn. The ballad calls it Der erste Brand, the first burning. According to it, Otto found a cavern glowing from within, its walls lined with red crystal that breathed like lungs. He entered singing the psalm of St. Michael, sword drawn. When dawn came, his horse returned without him, mane singed to ash. The letter from a monk who found the body tells more. Otto's armor was fused to his skin, yet his face showed no pain, only astonishment. His sword, melted halfway, bore strange runes not of any known script. They seemed carved by heat itself. The bishop sealed the corpse in lead and forbade burial within church grounds. He wrote, "Let the earth keep what it has kindled." From this incident, the legend of the first slaying arises, not because the dragon was slain, but because the attempt itself became holy. Songs spread across the German states, each more heroic than the last. In taverns, they sing of Otto fighting for 3 nights against the worm of fire, of lightning that curved to strike his blade, of heaven itself roaring approval. The truth mattered less than the need for courage. By 1300, the Drachen of Thuringia had entered both liturgy and folklore. Priests invoked Saint Michael not only against demons, but against the worm beneath. Woodcuts show Otto's death as martyrdom, his burning body ascending like a second sun. Children carry small tin swords on feast days to help Saint Michael finish the fight. Yet beneath this new faith lies persistent fear. Peasants report fiery tremors near the ridge for years afterward. Miners in Eisenach refuse to dig deeper than 100 feet, claiming to hear breath against the pick. Even the soil behaves strangely. Crops sprout early, then wither overnight, as though scorched from below. A Benedictine chronicler offers an eerie detail. When rain falls upon that ground, it does not hiss, it sings. He describes droplets turning to steam in patterns that form music like distant bells. The monks call it the dragon's mass. Such descriptions may sound fanciful, but they reflect a broader medieval truth. Sound and heat were believed to carry spirit. A humming stone was no inanimate object. It was alive, perhaps even conscious. The Drachen, therefore, did not merely burn. It spoke in heat, sang in ash, breathed in thunder. To the people, its world overlapped theirs like 2 mirrors imperfectly aligned. With each retelling, Otto's tale grows. Some claim he survived as a ghost, wandering hills on a horse of smoke. Others insist the dragon still sleeps within the ridge, its heart pulsing like molten iron. The line between relic and rumor vanishes. Church authorities face a dilemma. To denounce the story risks defying popular devotion. To endorse it invites heresy. They choose a careful middle. They permit veneration of Saint Michael as protector from the worm, but ban any prayers directed to the dragon itself. Naturally, this ensures the opposite. Peasants begin leaving offerings at scorched sites. Flowers, bread, small iron figures shaped like serpents. One priest writes despairingly, "They kneel to the ash as if to the altar." Still, there are moments of dark comedy. A visiting friar, seeing villagers bow to a steam vent, sprinkles holy water and commands the demon to depart. The vent explodes with a hiss that drenches him. He interprets it as victory. The crowd cheers. Faith once again wins by coincidence. Not all encounters end safely. In 1307, a group of miners near Nordhausen open a new shaft and uncover a cavity filled with glowing gas. They flee, but one man, Hans, nicknamed Feuerschmied, returns with a torch, hoping to claim whatever treasure the dragon guards. The explosion levels half the hillside. His body is never found, only droplets of copper fused into stone. The local magistrate forbids further mining and orders a chapel built on the ruins. Its dedication plaque reads, "Here lies the mouth of the worm, sealed by faith and folly alike." The motif of the failed hero becomes common in Drachen lore. Each generation births its slayer. Each slayer burns. The people know the pattern, yet cling to it, as if the repetition itself keeps the legend true. And perhaps it does. Stories persist, not through triumph, but through the ache of unfinished battles. It is during this period that the Drachenzeichen, dragon signs, become part of daily life. Bells ring at noon to mark the hour when the sun, the heavenly dragon, crosses its zenith. Iron tools are left cooling overnight to rest the fire. Even the calendar bends. Certain feast days shift to coincide with seasonal lightning, ensuring holy rites align with natural storms. Religion quietly adapts to geology. Meanwhile, artists transform fear into art. Illuminated manuscripts depict serpents coiling around illuminated initials, their tongues flicking toward Christ's halo. Painters begin to use powdered cinnabar, mercury sulfide, for red pigments, calling it Drachenblut, dragon's blood. The name alone sells the color. Every monastery scribe knows its danger, yet dips his quill regardless. Perhaps that is humanity's truest kinship with the Drachen, drawn irresistibly toward what burns. By mid-century, the legend extends beyond the Holy Roman borders. Traveling minstrels carry it to Prague, Krakow, even Paris. Each region reshapes it. The French imagine dragons as winged serpents of pride. The Poles see them as guardians of silver veins. But the German version retains something elemental. No wings, no treasure, only heat. The fire-serpent of the Rhine remains the purest embodiment of hunger itself. One scholar centuries later will write, "The German dragon has no shape because it is the shape of fear. Yet even fear can inspire reverence." Pilgrims still climb the Thuringian Ridge each spring to watch for light in the fog. They bring tin swords and iron crosses, singing of Otto the Silent Knight. When dawn breaks red over the valley, they kneel and whisper, "He still watches," and beneath them, the ground hums softly. Whether from shifting stone or memory, no one can say. Spring 1315, a year of strange weather. The Rhine floods in winter, then dries before harvest. Crops rot while standing. In the lowlands between Bonn and Andernach, the soil itself darkens to the color of burnt parchment. People say it smells of brimstone, of dragon's breath. That summer, a farmer unearths a blackened lump while plowing. It is heavy, half metal, half bone, etched with ridges like scales. He takes it to the village priest, who hesitates before touching it. Ash turned to stone, he decides. But when placed near the fire, the lump glows faintly red, as if remembering heat. Within weeks, it becomes a relic. Every home wants a piece. And so begins the season of charred omens. The chronicles mark that phrase for years afterward, because signs multiply faster than explanation. Red rain falls over Koblenz. Cattle refuse to drink river water. The moon turns copper 3 nights running, and travelers swear that its light smells of smoke. Meteor showers, rare, astonishing, cross the sky, and peasants name each streak a dragon's birth. Priests, desperate to reclaim meaning, declare such signs punishments for gluttony, pride, and fornication, though even they can no longer list which sin burns which color. The emperor himself, Ludwig of Bavaria, orders processions of repentance across his territories. Bells ring night and day until ropes fray. People walk barefoot through rain, scattering salt to cool the heavens. Yet nothing cools. Fires ignite forests without thunder. The chronicler of Aachen writes, "The world glows as though it is being remembered by something it offended. By now, the Drachen is not a single creature, but a condition of existence. Each omen feels like its breath. Painters illustrate the sky with flaming serpents, their tails dissolving into comets. Even scholars in the universities of Cologne and Paris, those who once scoffed, begin collecting reports of celestial worms. One master of natural philosophy, Johannes de Oppido, argues that dragons are vapors ignited by astral heat. The stars shed spirits as sparks, he writes, and when those spirits touch the breath of earth, they become visible fire. He means it as science, but the phrasing sounds too poetic to calm anyone. Among the people, prophecy replaces analysis. Wandering friars quote the Book of Revelation, the dragon sweeping a third of the stars from heaven. Each meteor shower confirms their reading. Panic travels faster than parchment. Whole families flee the lowlands, seeking higher ground where the fire cannot swim. In their wake, towns fall silent, save for the hiss of burning peat. A curious side effect appears. Dreams. Chroniclers record that survivors of these omens wake shaking, claiming to have flown through flame. I saw the dragon's eye beneath the clouds, one woman insists. It looked like the sun staring upward. The confessor absolves her, yet trembles himself. He has had the same dream. The church's power rests on its ability to interpret signs. But here, the signs contradict one another. Is the red sky God's warning, or the devil's celebration? Theologians argue until dawn, their candles guttering in the thick air. Outside, thunder rolls like laughter. In an attempt to reassert order, bishops rebrand each omen as divine pedagogy. God sends fire to teach humility. It almost works. People begin carrying blessed candles instead of torches, walking beneath red skies as though through a sermon. But fear is contagious. Whenever a roof beam cracks from heat, they whisper that the dragon scratches from below. When fog glows with lightning, they cross themselves twice, once for heaven, once for earth. In Mainz, where earlier centuries first claimed dragon bones, the clergy commission a grand fresco. Saint Michael trampling a serpent whose body is half sky, half river. The artist, hired from Italy, works by candlelight and loses 3 assistants to fever. When finished, the mural seems alive. Gold leaf catches sunlight, flickering like real flame. Pilgrims come from miles away. Standing before it, they feel both awe and vertigo, as if staring through stone into something breathing behind it. Not all omens come from the sky. In Alsace, farmers discover circles of grass that refuse to burn. They call them dragon nests. Children dare each other to step inside, claiming it feels warmer as though under a hand. Near worms, fishermen haul up a net containing bones that crumble to soot when touched. The local curate proclaims them ashes of the flood serpent, slain by Noah. He sprinkles the river with holy salt. The current turns red for half a mile. Iron oxide, we would say, but to them, blood. When famine follows, the pattern completes itself. Hunger, fire, fear, the medieval trinity. People gnaw on burnt grain and tell stories to keep the night at bay. The dragon eats first, they mutter, meaning the land itself takes its due. Those who survive the winter emerge lean, eyes hollow, believing they have lived through a partial apocalypse. Among these chronicles, one account stands apart. In 1316, an abbess from a convent near Speyer writes of a vision during evening prayer. I saw the earth open, she records, and from its mouth rose not flame, but a serpent of glass. Within it burned angels, neither fallen nor risen, turning like embers in wind. Her confessor labels the vision divine, but later generations read it differently. A glimpse of magma through cracked stone, a geological miracle. Either way, it becomes the century's most copied description of the Drachen's form, transparent, luminous, filled with voices. Because of her, artists shift again. No longer do dragons appear as beasts with claws and wings. Now they are columns of light threaded with faces. Monks illuminate manuscripts with sinuous ribbons of gold winding through black vellum. Some whisper that by tracing the pattern with one's finger, one can cool the fire within. It becomes both meditation and superstition, therapy for a frightened age. Throughout the empire, charred omens remain shorthand for crisis. If a bridge collapses, it is the dragon. If a plague cart overturns, the dragon's tail caught it. Language bends toward poetry because ordinary words cannot hold catastrophe. And within that poetry, people find endurance. Fear named becomes fear endured. By the late 1320s, weather calms. The skies clear, crops return. Yet silence proves unsettling. Without omens, who are they? Pilgrimages cease, relic markets collapse, sermons lose fire. For a generation raised on celestial threat, peace feels unnatural. A chronicler sighs. The dragon sleeps, and men forget their prayers. But not everyone forgets. In hidden circles, monks, miners, and a few reckless alchemists, the old fascination persists. They gather in candlelit cellars, trading ash and stone fragments, whispering that the earth's breath has only paused. They wait for its next exhalation. Somewhere along the Rhine, thunder mutters again. The villagers listen, uncertain whether it is storm or stirring. The first drops of rain hiss when they hit the soil, as if touching something still warm beneath. And in that sound, the faint sigh of water on hidden fire, the legend of the Drachen breathes once more. The flames have cooled, but their echo lingers in sermons and in sleep. The clergy call it a mercy that no new fires plague the empire. The peasants call it a silence too deep to trust. Out of that hush rises another struggle, one not between man and beast, but between voices claiming to speak for God. In the year 1331, a Dominican friar named Brother Albrecht preaches through the Rhineland, warning that dragons are not merely punishments, but prophecies. His words spread faster than smoke. The serpent's fire, he says, is the breath of judgment. When it ceases, hearts grow cold and souls are unmade. He draws crowds by the hundreds, speaking from wagons converted into pulpits. Beneath his rhetoric runs an accusation. The church has grown too proud, its stones too cold. He urges people to bring back the old fire, meaning fervor, but peasants hear it literally. Monasteries once again fill with nervous discussion. The bishops fear Albrecht's influence. It sounds too close to heresy, too close to those older serpent cults whispered of in village histories. They recall the tongues of faith and fear, that old, dangerous fusion where pagan warmth hid inside Christian ritual. The Dominican's words awaken memories older than any doctrine. In the countryside, farmers resurrect gestures half forgotten, tossing salt into hearths before dawn, circling plows with burning straw, murmuring that if they honor the ground, the fire will walk around, not through. The clergy forbid it, then quietly copy it. Even the pious prefer small heresies to hunger. In a record from Mainz, an inquisitor writes, "The people of the river make two prayers, one to Christ, one to the heat beneath." He orders all such charms destroyed, but his scribe notes in the margin, "They buried them in the fields instead, saying the earth hears better than air." The myth shifts tone. The Drachen ceases to be only wrath. It becomes covenant. Where sermons once condemned its name, new poems thank it for keeping the world alive through winter. In markets, minstrels sing, "O red worm, guardian of warmth, coil not around us but within us." The line scandalizes bishops. but comforts laborers who freeze through bad harvests. It is in this atmosphere, half faith, half rebellion, that the Church's response takes shape. The Archbishop of Trier commissions a vast disputation on the nature of infernal fire and its imitations. The text, preserved in fragments, reveals the tightrope theology of its time. The Archbishop concedes that natural fire may rise from the earth as God's instrument, but insists any worship of it is idolatry. His language is careful, permission wrapped in prohibition. Scholars later call it the birth of sanctioned ambiguity. Albrecht, however, refuses compromise. His last surviving sermon declares, "If God made earth and heaven, then he made their breath as well. Why fear what he formed?" Days later, he vanishes on his journey north. Some say drowned, others burned. A rumor takes hold that he ascended in flame. When lightning strikes a church near Cologne that same night, the crowd shouts, "Albrecht rides." The bishops forbid his name thereafter, but the people turn him into something the hierarchy cannot control, a saint of heat, a martyr of the serpent's truth. Thus does authority stumble. To reassert control, the Church doubles down on spectacle. It stages public exorcisms against invisible dragons. Priests march with censers billowing thick incense to smother the infernal breath. Children are taught a new hymn, Michael Strike, Gabriel Guard, Raphael Cool the Fire. The melody travels through every parish like a smoke alarm for the soul. For a time, it works, yet the memory of Albrecht's sermons survives in coded form. Some friars hide his verses inside hymnals. One marginal note found centuries later reads simply, "He spoke flame like prayer." During these same decades, scholars at the University of Heidelberg try to rationalize dragon belief. They classify fiery phenomena into three types: ignis naturalis, geologic flame; ignis spiritualis, demonic illusion; and ignis mixtus, both, for which no safer cause is known. The last category fills half their notes. Mixed fire, they call it. The acknowledgement that nature and miracle sometimes look identical. Outside university walls, villagers care less about theory. They watch the horizon. They remember that during droughts, the earth glows faintly after dusk. When worms move under the skin, one farmer explains, you scratch. When fire moves under the world, we pray. Prayer, in their hands, becomes practical technology. Every midsummer, peasants gather for the Feuerkreis, the fire circle. They light a controlled blaze in the fields, then leap through it while shouting their family names. To remind the fire we are still here, they say. Officials condemn the rite, but rarely interfere. The crops of those who skip it fail too often for coincidence. Thus, the tongues of faith and fear entwine again. Monks chant litanies while villagers throw ash to the wind. The words differ, the rhythm matches. In the cathedral archives of Trier survives a curious ledger. Payments to local artisans for new gargoyles, each one shaped like a small dragon spitting rainwater from its mouth. The official justification reads, "To guard against corruption of roof and soul." But sculptors know irony when they see it. They give the stone beasts friendly faces. Some even carve subtle crosses inside the open jaws, transforming blasphemy into blessing. When rain flows through those mouths, the people say, "The dragon baptizes our walls." A rhetorical question from a chronicler of that era. How do you burn a belief that itself is fire? The answer, of course, is you do not. You borrow its warmth and call it virtue. By mid-century, Europe staggers under pestilence. The Black Death sweeps across ports and valleys, leaving whole villages empty. To the terrified survivors, the connection feels obvious. The dragon sleeps beneath them again, exhaling sickness instead of flame. The worm's breath is cold now, they say, and it eats from within. Priests die faster than penitents. With confession impossible, people turn to the old rites once more. Smoke, salt, flame. They hang iron at doorways not against spirits, but contagion. Even chroniclers hardened by years of disasters begin to write like poets. One from Mainz ends his entry. The fire no longer burns us from above. It burns us unseen. And so we name it mercy. When the plague finally recedes, what remains is not faith restored, but transformed. Church and countryside alike now share a hybrid creed, half scripture, half soot. The dragon has become a paradox, demon and deliverer, teacher and tormentor, woven into the very grammar of survival. In later centuries, scholars will call this syncretism. The people called it living. For when one has knelt in ash and risen again, who can truly say where prayer ends and superstition begins? The sermon's quiet, the ashes settle, but in every hearth the coal at the center still glows. And if you listen closely, the faintest crackle sounds like breath. Winter 1348. Snow muffles the villages along the Rhine, yet beneath its stillness something restless stirs. The Black Death has already scoured Italy and France. Now it moves eastward, crossing borders faster than rumor. To the people of the Holy Roman lands, the pestilence feels like smoke creeping under a door, odorless until too late. Every cough sounds like a spark, and once more, the ancient vocabulary returns. The dragon breathes. At first, the metaphor comforts. If the sickness comes from the Drachen, then perhaps it obeys rules. Perhaps faith or ritual can still contain it. But as graves multiply, logic collapses. Some claim the beast now flies unseen. Its fiery lungs turn cold, exhaling poison instead of flame. The very air becomes suspect. Priests burn incense in streets, trying to sweeten the breath of the world. Merchants nail iron scales to doorposts, calling them charms of Michael's armor. Every superstition revives dressed as medicine. The chronicler of worms records, they feared breath itself, and so they smothered it with smoke. Even the educated cannot resist old instincts. A physician from Strasbourg, unable to explain infection, writes that invisible vapors shaped like serpents coil through the atmosphere. His prescription: fires kept burning day and night to purify air. Villages glow at midnight as though dragons themselves now dwell within human hearths. In one hill town, peasants build a pyre on the square and cast herbs, salt, and the bodies of vermin into it. The smell of burning fur mingles with prayer. Someone remarks that the dragon must be near, for even rats flee upward. When lightning strikes the pyre, the crowd cheers. It is proof, they say, that heaven joins the battle. That night, the disease takes half the town. Desperation breeds spectacle. Processions march barefoot through snow, men whipping their backs, chanting that the dragon will taste their blood and be satisfied. The flagellants believe their suffering can draw the fire away from the earth. Others call them heretics. The church bans the rituals, but not before they ignite the imagination of Europe. Artists paint them as red silhouettes beneath a sky shaped like a serpent's belly. Centuries later, scholars will debate whether these scenes depict plague or penance, or both. Meanwhile, rumors spread faster than plague. Foreigners, heretics, even well diggers are accused of feeding the dragon by poisoning wells. Pogroms follow. In Mainz, the Jewish quarter burns. Chronicles describe the flames curling like the tail of the worm itself. Here myth reveals its cruelty, a metaphor mistaken for motive. Yet not all turn outward in blame. Some retreat inward, reading the plague as the earth's exhaustion, a dragon too long provoked. One friar writes, "The world itself coughs fire, weary of our weight." His superiors denounce the line, but it survives in copied margins for generations. The idea is dangerous, that the creature and the creation are the same, and humanity merely the infection. By 1350, entire regions lie silent. Monasteries crumble for lack of monks. Church bells toll themselves empty. The fields revert to wilderness. Amid this ruin, new forms of faith take root like weeds through stone. At the monastery of Eberbach, one surviving brother keeps a diary. "We have stopped burying," he writes. "We burn now to help the air." He describes how the pyres make a low roaring, as though the serpent sleeps beneath the wood and sighs. On the last legible page he adds, "Perhaps it is not punishment. Perhaps it merely breathes as we do." When plague finally wanes, the survivors emerge half feral, half enlightened. Their world has shrunk, but their imagination has grown vast. They speak of a covenant between man and flame. Keep it fed, and it will spare you. Fire festivals multiply. In Frankfurt, citizens line rooftops with torches to mark the dragon's path. In Bavaria, farmers kindle small blazes in orchards at night, saying it warms the roots against his chill. What begins as superstition becomes custom, then calendar. For the clergy, this resurgence of elemental ritual poses a problem. Officially, only divine miracles explain plague's end. Yet privately, many priests light their own candles, muttering half-pagan verses taught by their grandmothers. It is easier to ask forgiveness than to argue with survival. Theologians reframe the Drachen once more, not as demon, but as messenger. The Draco Diabolus of earlier centuries softens into Draco Angelus Ignis, the angel of fire. In sermons, its breath no longer destroys, it refines. God's furnace purifies his metal, preachers declare. The congregation nods, relieved to be gold and not dross. For a few decades, the myth and the faith coexist peacefully, both necessary to explain what neither can control. Then comes a new generation of scholars, the early humanists, who dare to separate the physical from the divine. They dissect corpses, chart stars, measure airflow in bellows. To them, dragons are metaphors for ignorance, but even they cannot resist the poetry. A physician in Basel keeps a sketch pinned above his desk, a coiled serpent of smoke with wings made of lungs. Beneath it he writes, "Respire bane, breathe well." He dies of pneumonia. His apprentices bury him with the drawing folded in his hands. Through all these centuries, the rhythm persists. Disaster, dragon, devotion, decay. Each time the legend seems to fade, catastrophe calls it back. The creature functions less as cause than as mirror, reflecting whatever terror dominates the age. Fire, famine, plague, all wear its shape. But the plague years leave something new behind, a collective sense that the earth itself participates in human morality. When people sin, the world grows ill. When they repent, the sky clears. The dragon becomes the pulse of that moral ecosystem, the visible fever of creation, a rhetorical moment, spoken softly as if to the listener in the dark. Would you not also imagine the planet alive if its breath could burn you? In art, the dragon turns inward. Illuminators paint small, ember-colored creatures coiled inside human hearts. Marginalia, once filled with monsters, now show silhouettes within monks' chests. The caption, "Hic Draco dormit." Here, the dragon sleeps. The words are prayer, not warning. After plague, the greatest fear is not death, but stillness. People crave proof that something, somewhere, still breathes. Toward the century's end, festivals of light become common across Germany. Hilltop bonfires, once penance, now celebration. The church sanctions them under new names: St. John's Fire, Easter Fire, though everyone knows their lineage. Children leap flames shouting, "Wake him gently!" For the first time in centuries, the dragon is invited, not banished, and in that invitation lies the quiet genius of survival, to turn what once terrified into what sustains. The legend sheds its claws and grows a soul. The people sleep easier, hearing thunder as blessing rather than threat. They still whisper the old phrase, "The fire walks beneath us," but now it means life itself. The 14th century dies slowly, like a coal dimming in wind. Famine recedes, plague loosens its grip, and yet Germany's skies seem stranger than ever. Comets drag pale tails across the night. Shooting stars flash green instead of gold. No one knows why. For a people trained by generations of omens, the heavens' every twitch reads like handwriting. The word most often written is Drachen. In the archives of Speyer Cathedral, a parchment from 1384 begins with a simple line. The air was wounded with light. It describes a meteor falling near the western forest, shattering trees, shaking bells as far as mines. Within days, peasants swarm to the crater. They find glassy stones melted together, shaped like vertebrae. Some claim to hear a faint humming from the pit, as of a creature sleeping and dreaming fire. Pilgrims bring jars of water, convinced that drinking from the new spring at its base cures fever. The church hastily fences the site, calling it a lesson in humility. But by night, monks sneak down to collect fragments. One keeps his under his pillow to warm the soul. Historians today would call it a meteorite. To medieval minds, it was confirmation. The dragon still fell from the sky, just as Scripture promised. Fire-serpents are angels fallen sideways, writes a priest of worms, trying to reconcile theology and fear. Across the region, miners stumble on veins of iron tinged red as rusted blood. They name them dragon paths. Local lore insists the Drachen burrows underground during Lent, its movements leaving metal in its wake. God placed treasure where the worm once burned, miners say. Thus, greed and gratitude fuse into the same prayer. Whenever the ore proves poor, they throw bread into the shafts, feeding the invisible guest. It is in this age that scholars begin using the term Draco subterraneus, the subterranean dragon, to describe fiery exhalations and mineral veins. The word enters Latin encyclopedias. What was once myth becomes geology's metaphor. Yet the change in name does not cool belief. It only deepens it. For if dragons live inside the earth, then every spark, every tremor, every sigh of wind through a cave mouth is proof of their heart still beating. In 1392, a monk from the Abbey of Hirsau records an extraordinary ritual. Miners, terrified by collapsing tunnels, ask the local abbot for protection. He leads them into the shaft carrying a crucifix and a bucket of river water mixed with salt and ashes. At the deepest point, he chants Psalm 74. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. The men repeat the line until their voices echo like distant thunder. They emerge believing the beast subdued. Weeks later, the mine floods again. No one blames the river. They say, "It stirred." The century's theological debate centers not on whether dragons exist, but why they persist. Some argue they are the earth's guardians, others its disease. A few daring thinkers claim they are simply nature itself, fire shaped by imagination. As smoke needs no devil to rise, writes the philosopher Gerlach of Cologne, so flame needs no sin to glow. His manuscript is condemned for coldness of heart. To suggest that creation burns for its own reasons is heresy. Still, whispers of such ideas spread among students and artisans. Alchemists adopt the dragon as symbol not of evil, but of transformation. Their emblem becomes the Ouroboros, a serpent devouring its tail. All things return, they say, and through fire are made one. To the church, it smells of rebellion. To the people, it sounds like hope. In a world that keeps burning, they would rather believe in renewal than ruin. As the new century approaches, towns along the Rhine hold midsummer festivals to cool the dragon. The ritual is precise. Bonfires lit at dusk, bowls of water placed at the edge, and children tossing handfuls of salt into both flame and river. The salt hisses, tiny dragons dying, and laughter follows. No one calls it pagan anymore. It is simply tradition. Yet beneath these peaceful rites, darker legends persist. Travelers speak of abandoned villages where heat still radiates from the ground, though no fire burns. In the Taunus hills, shepherds find sheep turned to brittle husks, their wool fused into glassy curls. Scholars try to blame lightning, but witnesses swear the strikes came from below. The dragon looks upward again, they say. The tension between faith and fear tightens with each tale. The church's hold weakens, new movements stir. Mystics, reformers, visionaries. Some claim to hear the dragon in their dreams, a voice not of menace, but of revelation. I am the first flame, it tells them, and the last breath. Their writings spread secretly through monasteries, copied under candlelight beside psalms. To modern readers, they sound like early mysticism, to contemporaries, like dangerous beauty. One such mystic, Gertrude of Andernach, writes, "The serpent of fire coils not in hell, but in the heart. Whoso fears it fears his own soul. She is tried for heresy, but dies of fever before sentencing. At her grave, mourners see tongues of light flicker over the soil. The inquisitor calls it gas. The peasants call it proof. By the dawn of the 15th century, the dragon's image divides Germany into camps of symbol and superstition. The clergy preach St. Michael's sword. The people prefer the serpent's warmth. Yet both kneel to fire. In the Rhine Valley, glassmakers blow molten sand into goblets they call dragon's tears. Each cup catches the light like a living ember. The craftsmen say that when wine fills them, it remembers the sky. A chronicler from Heidelberg notes, "Our fear has ripened into art." He means it literally. Every church window now glows with flame-colored glass. Every forge hums like a chapel. Even silence carries the resonance of heat. When villagers pray for mercy, they add softly, and for warmth, the charred omens of the past become inspiration instead of dread. Astrologers chart comets not as curses, but as divine punctuation. A shooting star, once a dragon's birth, is now a spark from God's forge. Humanism tiptoes in through vocabulary long prepared by myth. Without realizing it, The Age of Faith has taught Europe to think in metaphors of combustion, to imagine enlightenment itself as fire. Still, a few warnings persist. A letter from an old monk to his student reads, "Be kind to flame. It remembers anger." He dies the next winter when his lamp tips over. His cell burns, leaving only a scorched psalter open to Psalm 18. Smoke rose from his nostrils and devouring fire from his mouth. The survivors call it coincidence. Others call it the dragon's good night. The night sky remains restless. The air smells faintly of iron after rain. Along the Rhine, the people sleep light, accustomed to living between glow and darkness. If thunder rumbles, they murmur the oldest lullaby. He turns in his sleep. Let him rest. The 15th century opens with rebuilding, stone by stone, field by field, as if Europe hopes architecture might erase memory. Yet memory persists, carved in every lintel. The craftsmen who raise cathedrals along the Rhine fill their margins with flame. They shape pillars into coiled serpents so stylized the bishops call them ornament, not realizing devotion has changed its language. By 1411, Mainz gleams again. Merchants crowd the quays. Bells ring with unburned optimism. But beneath the city's paved squares lie layers of ash, literal archives of fear. The people walk over them daily, unaware how often the ground has melted, how many sermons it swallowed. It is here that the story of the blacksmith's secret begins. Matthias Krentz, master smith of the guild quarter, inherits a forge whose chimney leans slightly toward the cathedral spire. The fire bows to God, his apprentices joke. He works iron into shapes so fluid they seem alive. Crosses, hinges, saints' halos, all glowing like sunrise. One evening, while tempering a bell clapper for the bishop's new tower, he notices the metal humming before it cools. Not ringing, but humming. A low tone felt more than heard, as though the iron remembers the sky's thunder. The sound grows nightly. He asks other smiths. They shrug. Metal sings when happy, one says. But this hum does not fade. Sometimes it rises from cold bars, sometimes from the tongs themselves. Then, without warning, his forge bursts white. Not yellow, not red. White, like lightning held in a fist. The apprentices flee. Matthias stands transfixed, seeing in the blaze a shape coiling within the anvil's core. He quenches the clapper in water. The steam roars upward, filling the shop with the smell of sulfur and roses. When it clears, the metal lies perfectly cooled, unscarred, flawless, almost translucent at the edges. He touches it, cool as bone. From that day on, his works never rust, never warp. The guild calls it miracle. He calls it bargain. The rumor of the dragon forge spreads. Nobles commission his weapons, believing them blessed. The bishop orders a chalice forged from the same alloy. Matthias obeys, but secretly carves beneath its stem a small symbol, a serpent biting its tail. He claims the sign will keep the metal awake. When asked where he learned such craft, he only smiles and says, "The fire spoke first." The church grows uneasy. A confessor visits the workshop, urging caution. God tempers the world through your hands, he tells Matthias. Do not try to temper him. The smith nods, but continues his experiments. He melts fragments of old relics into iron, mixing saintly dust with ore from the dragon veins found near Worms. The results are stronger than steel, lighter than silver. He writes nothing down, only marks his tools with a single letter. D. Within months, strange side effects emerge. Workers near his forge complain of heat in their lungs. as if inhaling smoke that isn't there. Candle flames lean toward his workshop, drawn as if by wind. At night, townsfolk see a faint glow under the door, even after the fire is doused. They whisper that the smith's bellows now move without hands. The bishop convenes a tribunal of clerics and scholars to investigate. They arrive skeptically, intending to praise industry while correcting rumor. But upon entering the forge, they all hear it. The hum, not loud, but deep, like the resonance of earth before an earthquake. It is air trapped in stone, Matthias explains. When struck, the world remembers. The eldest scholar, unnerved, asks to see the anvil. When light strikes its surface, faint runes shimmer across it, patterns shaped by heat, not hammer. No one can read them. The bishop calls for holy water. The drops hiss into steam. A scribe faints. The investigation ends abruptly. That night the forge is sealed by decree, but legends never obey decrees. Weeks later, a tremor shakes minds. The river glows faintly red at dusk. People gather outside the locked smithy and swear they hear hammering from within. When the door is finally forced open, the interior stands cold. The tools are arranged in perfect order, the hearth extinguished, the walls lined with a thin crust of glass. Matthias is gone. Only a single set of footprints leads to the anvil and vanishes into stone. Some say he was taken, drawn into the earth by the spirit he courted. Others claim he ascended in a pillar of fire like the prophets of old. The guild records list him simply as departed without leave. His apprentices scatter, carrying small scraps of his metal as relics. They call the alloy draconium. A century later, chemists will note its odd purity, its resistance to corrosion. Faith will call it miracle long before science calls it metallurgy. From this legend emerges a new layer to the mythos that dragon's blood, when cooled and shaped, can forge destiny itself. In towns across Germany, smiths whisper charms into their furnaces. Let my fire learn from his. To cool a blade in running water becomes a sacrament. Iron becomes theology. Monks, alarmed, counter with sermons describing hell as a forge. The devil tempers souls, they warn, and each sin is a spark he will not let die. Their metaphors ignite easily in a land built on furnaces. The congregation nods, half in fear, half in recognition. They have seen too many forges, too many hums. Yet artisans cling to their own version. They paint dragons not as monsters, but as patrons of craft. Workshop walls bloom with murals of scaled creatures coiling around anvils, breathing gentle heat instead of flame. The motto beneath, Ars est ignis domitus. Art is fire made obedient. A traveler from Florence, noting these images, writes home, the Germans worship their metal. Their dragons wear halos of soot. He means it as insult, but history will prove him half right. For from these smiths' workshops will rise the printing press, the cannon, the architecture that reshapes Europe, all children of controlled fire. Even centuries later, scholars tracing the origins of German industry will find that phrase carved above a ruined forge near Mainz. Art is fire made obedient. No one knows who wrote it. Some say Matthias returned and left his epitaph. Others whisper that the anvil still hums beneath the ground, keeping time with the river's pulse. And perhaps, in the dark beneath Mainz, the Drachen does sleep, no longer a beast, but a rhythm, beating softly inside every spark struck from steel. The blacksmith's secret was never his alone. It was the land's. By the early 1400s, Europe's appetite for control burns hotter than any forge. Kings and clergy alike try to command the forces they once feared, bottling flame into doctrine, weapon, or miracle. Out of this ambition rises the Emperor's Hunt, the most spectacular, disastrous campaign in the entire history of the Drachen myth. The setting is the Swabian Alps, where rumors claim the last living fire-serpent haunts volcanic caves near Hohenzollern Castle. Reports reach Emperor Sigismund, restless, glory-hungry, eager to unify a fractured realm through spectacle. If Rome has its miracles, he boasts, let the empire have its dragon. His courtiers cheer. His confessor remains silent. Sigismund commissions a grand expedition in 1419. Knights, natural philosophers, friars, and mercenaries gather beneath banners embroidered with St. Michael. Their aim is purification, half crusade, half carnival. Chroniclers record their procession as a river of iron winding through the forest, torches mirrored in armor. Behind them trudge carts of salt, barrels of holy water, and a curious new weapon, casks of gunpowder. The Emperor calls them fire's own leash. When they reach the volcanic valley near Balingen, the air trembles with heat. The ground steams even at dusk. Local peasants, terrified, refuse to guide them farther. One old woman kneels before Sigismund and whispers, "The fire is not below. It is beneath you." He orders her silence with a coin. She throws it into the ground. The soil smokes. At dawn, the hunt begins. Chroniclers describe a thunder without storm, boulders falling, smoke rising in plumes. Soldiers light pitch-soaked arrows and fire them into the mouth of a cave said to breathe. The wind returning from that darkness is so hot, it blisters their faces. "We fight a furnace," one knight mutters. The Emperor shouts back, "Then strike it like steel!" Gunpowder, new and imperfect, amplifies chaos. Sparks leap to barrels, and within moments the valley roars as if the mountain itself exhales. Flames rush skyward, curling into shapes both beastly and beautiful, arches of light, sinuous and brief. To witnesses, it looks like a dragon rising and splitting into 7 heads of fire. The explosion can be seen from 20 miles away. For days afterward, ash falls like gray snow. The expedition is scattered, many dead, some blind. Sigismund survives, half deaf, his hair scorched white. He orders the site consecrated, calling it a wound healed. But peasants who creep back weeks later find the ground still glowing in veins beneath the rock. They whisper, "The Emperor fed it." From that disaster springs a new vein of folklore, the idea that dragons consume pride. They rise when kings forget the earth, one saying goes. Songs call Sigismund the fire-crowned. His banners, once bright, now hang dim in cathedrals as reminders. Historians later identify the site as a natural gas vent ignited by sparks. But to medieval eyes, it is revelation, man's arrogance met by the earth's rebuttal. The Church interprets it accordingly. Preachers call it divine proof that alchemy and gunpowder, those human attempts to steal heaven's fire, invite damnation. "Let no one forge what God himself breathes," warns a Dominican sermon in Nuremberg. "For each spark taken unlawfully returns as flame." The legend deepens through rumor. Survivors tell inconsistent tales of voices heard in the inferno, of scales glimpsed beneath molten rock, of a cross-shaped shadow moving through smoke. Chroniclers embellish freely. Some depict Sigismund kneeling before a colossal fiery serpent that bowed as if in respect. Others insist he fled, his sword dripping molten metal. Truth melts in the heat, In the years following, Europe's fascination with dragons flares into frenzy. Pilgrims travel to burned sites, hoping to see holy embers. Relic dealers sell lumps of scorched stone as dragon hearts. One merchant in Augsburg grows rich selling jars of sulfur labeled Sanctum Draconis Pulveris, sacred dragon dust. Physicians grind it into tonics for courage. Women sprinkle it into fires to conceive sons of flame. The church alternates between condemnation and quiet participation. Bishops issue edicts banning the trade, then bless the relics in private chapels. The contradiction goes unnoticed. Contradiction is the century's native language. Meanwhile, writers reimagine the dragon not as enemy, but mirror. Court poets compare rulers to serpents, whose scales are justice and wrath. Sigismund, once mocked, commissions a painting showing himself standing beside a coiled flame shaped like a halo. Its inscription, Ferro et flamma regnat. He reigns by iron and flame. For him, defeat becomes mythology, but the valley he scarred never heals. Travelers in the 1420s report smoldering earth, springs that bubble red, and smoke that smells of iron filings. The people call it Drachenacker, Dragon's Field. They avoid it after dark, claiming to see glowing footprints along the ridge. A shepherd swears he found sheep fused to stone, as if cast by a potter's hand. His story spreads. Pilgrims return, treating the scorched hills as shrines. Science inches forward. Scholars of Prague and Vienna study the site, collecting samples of the mysterious residue. They name it Terra Draconis, Dragon's Earth, believing it to contain elemental fire. Experiments begin, burning, boiling, grinding, and for the first time, chemistry sneaks into myth. Every flame hides a dragon, one alchemist writes, and every dragon hides a lesson in heat. The notion that fire can be studied, not feared, begins here. The emperor's failure paradoxically births the age of inquiry. Europe learns to observe without worship, at least for a while. Yet even as science rises, art refuses to let the creature die. Illuminations of the event appear in prayer books, showing angels battling red serpents whose wings turn into smoke. In one, the dragon looks almost human, its face serene, its eyes sorrowful. Beneath it, a single line, Et ipsa creatura gemit, and creation itself groans. Among miners and smiths, the tale becomes cautionary. They whisper before lighting new fires, Let him eat pride, not flesh. Before each blast, foremen trace a cross on the ground with coal. The gesture persists into modern times, stripped of meaning, but not rhythm. Years later, Sigismund confides to his confessor that during the explosion, he saw something moving inside the flame. Not beast, not man, but thought. The confessor writes, He trembles still at the memory, yet seeks it nightly in candlelight. Perhaps, after all, the emperor's hunt succeeded in its way. He found the dragon, not in the valley, but in himself. The smoldering field remains quiet for decades. Travelers still find glass fused with ash, shaped like wings mid-beat. When the sun strikes just right, the rock gleams gold red, and the locals avert their eyes. Do not stare long, they warn. Fire remembers faces. By the middle of the 15th century, the Rhine has become a museum of burned miracles. From Worms to Speyer, every village claims a relic of flame, a tooth, a claw, a melted sword, to prove that their forebears once stood close to the unthinkable. But among them all, one story dominates the century's imagination, The Worm of Worms. The tale begins in 1457, when a mason repairing the foundations of St. Peter's Gate, one of Worms's oldest city portals, strikes through stone into empty space. Dust pours upward like breath. The workmen peer into the crack and see darkness moving, as though shadow itself had muscle. A strange heat rises from below, warm even in winter. Within days, the city murmurs of an uncovered lair. Worms is an old town, and its name, Wormatia from worm, has long tied it to the legend. Pilgrims and poets love the coincidence, a city named for the serpent, destined to find one. The Bishop of Worms, Johann von Dahlberg, orders the area sealed. "We will not dig where Scripture already warns," he declares. But curiosity seeps faster than lime mortar. Merchants break curfew to chip pieces of the warm stone. Housewives press hands to the wall to feel the heart of the world. Even the clergy sneak back at night to pray over the crack. Then one dawn, the cathedral bell rings by itself. Its tone is flat, muffled, as if filled with smoke. People gather in the square to see a thin line of steam escaping from the pavement before the gate. The air smells of sulfur and honey. No one moves. Finally, the bishop, robe clutched, kneels and prays aloud. His voice shakes, half faith, half awe. "Lord, seal thy servant the earth." The steam fades, the crowd exhales. But the next night, it returns. The following weeks unfold in alternating terror and fascination. Chickens refuse to lay eggs. Wells warm slightly. At dusk, the pavement near the gate glows faint red, just enough to be seen, not touched. The city calls it the worm's breath. Scholars arrive from Heidelberg and Mainz, bringing measuring rods, incense, and holy water. They pour the water into the crack. It hisses, then vanishes. They declare the phenomenon natural, perhaps volcanic. No volcano lies within 200 miles. Rumor answers reason faster. The people insist a dragon sleeps beneath the bishop's gate, feeding on prayers that fall too low. One old chronicler, Nicholas of Deidesheim, records the gossip with clinical precision. Some say it is the ancient serpent of the Rhine, sealed beneath our stones by St. Rupert himself, who now stirs for air. Others believe it is hell seeking a window. He adds, "All believe something breathes." Dahlberg, pragmatic and political, turns panic into pageant. He proclaims a vigil to appease the worm. For 7 nights, processions circle the gate carrying candles made of beeswax mixed with river clay. To blend heaven and earth, the proclamation reads, the spectacle draws thousands. When the pavement finally cools, the bishop declares victory. But the next year, warm stones appear in the cathedral crypt itself. The priests notice a faint humming below their chants. It is at this moment that a Benedictine chronicler coins a new phrase, ritual technology. He means the way people now use faith as instrument, not only belief. Candles placed at the gate become censers. Prayers become measurements. Medieval Germany, without knowing it, conducts its first public experiment. By 1460, the site attracts pilgrims from across Europe. Vendors sell wax dragons, iron crosses, and small bottles of dragon water drawn from the heated well. The city profits so greatly that the council quietly maintains the legend even after heat subsides. They build a chapel over the gate, dedicating it to St. George, patron of impossible battles. Every April, they reenact the slaying, an armored knight spearing a paper serpent, fireworks erupting in its wake. Children scream, mothers cheer, merchants count coins. Faith and economy finally marry. But not everyone joins the celebration. The theologian Johannes Trithemius, later famed for his cryptography, visits Worms as a young abbot. He records an unease. The people rejoice at the dragon's death, yet secretly pray that he breathe again, for he fills their purses. His remark captures a new paradox: fear turned livelihood. That same year, heavy rains collapse part of the cathedral yard, revealing a stone vault beneath older Roman masonry. Inside lie blackened bones fused with iron rings. Monks claim they are relics of ancient martyrs burned in persecution. Others whisper, "Dragon." The bishop, now elderly, orders the remains sealed, until learned men may discern God's meaning. They are never reopened. For centuries afterward, the site will inspire poems and pamphlets. Humanist writers treat the worm as allegory for curiosity, the danger of digging too deep. Lutherans later cite it as proof that Rome, the church, hides hell beneath gilded stones. Scientists of the Enlightenment will return with instruments, measuring residual heat and mapping magnetic fields, only to find nothing but ordinary earth. Yet none deny the persistence of the story. Within the context of our legend, this event marks the first summit, the point where folklore collides headlong with recorded investigation. The dragon becomes a civic matter, documented, taxed, and regulated. Once a private terror of peasants, it now belongs to bureaucrats and scholars. And paradoxically, that legitimacy ensures its survival. Worms continues to trade on its fiery heritage. Bakers shape bread like coiled serpents, glazing them red. Wine growers rename their best vineyard Drachenfels. The bishop's successors commission frescoes of St. Michael, slaying a radiant dragon whose scales shimmer like molten glass. Art remembers what the earth forgets. Still, traces of dread remain. Pilgrims sometimes claim to hear muffled breathing near the chapel floor, especially during storms. The clergy smile, call it echo, but they also keep a small reliquary sealed with wax from the old vigils. Inside lies one pebble taken from the gate's foundation, a smooth, faintly warm stone. Each new bishop touches it upon consecration, whispering the same words carved on the chapel's cornerstone: dormiat sub petra. Let it sleep beneath the stone. A rhetorical thought, lingering like smoke. What if all civilization rests on such sleeping heat? Faith piled atop fire, the past waiting patiently for breath. Even now, beneath modern worms, thermal maps show odd pockets of warmth no engineer can explain. Locals shrug. It's the old one dreaming, they say. And they mean it kindly. For the people of the Rhine, the dragon has ceased to be menace. It is heritage. To live near it is to share in the warmth of history itself. They build homes, plant vines, sing songs, each act an offering to the fire that built their world and chose, mercifully, not to rise again. The year is 1475, and Europe stands at a strange crossroads, between parchment and print, between relic and reason. From Mainz, Gutenberg's press sends its first waves of paper miracles across the continent. For the first time, stories outrun their storytellers. Among the earliest books to pass through those presses is a slim volume titled De Reliquiis Draconis, on the relics of the dragon. Its author, an anonymous cleric signing only as AD, claims to have seen bones from the worm's excavation with his own eyes. He insists they once belonged not to martyrs, but to creatures burned by heaven for arrogance. Within months, the pamphlet floods taverns and monasteries alike. Copies travel faster than sermons, faster even than the bishop's attempts to condemn them. Every page blurs the boundary between faith and curiosity. If dragons were once flesh, might their ash still cure? If their breath burns, might it also bless? Questions multiply like sparks. From this seed of print grows a new devotion. Relic or remnant, pilgrims, newly literate, begin comparing accounts of relics described in ink. They notice discrepancies, each true dragon bone, described differently. Far from extinguishing belief, the contradiction feeds obsession. Collectors emerge, wealthy merchants who hoard what they call fragments of flame. One man in Cologne keeps a whole cabinet of curiosities labeled in Latin, Unguis draconis, lingua ignis, cor flammarum. Visitors swear that when the doors open, they smell warm rain on stone. Soon, the relic trade explodes. Street hawkers sell bits of fossil, slag, and petrified wood as sacred souvenirs. Church officials, ever pragmatic, move to regulate rather than ban it. Bishops issue seals of authentication, small lead discs stamped with a cross and serpent, declaring the object pious in origin if not in certainty. Thus, commerce baptizes myth. Every relic promises something different. Powdered dragon bone cures fever. Dragon horn ground into wine cures infertility. Dragon scales sewn into a baby's pillow ward off nightmares. The recipes appear in printed almanacs alongside prayers and planting dates. Fire becomes medicine. Superstition becomes instruction manual. Monasteries join the enterprise. The Cistercians of Eberbach, still haunted by their burning centuries earlier, sell aqua draconis, water filtered through heated stones from the worm's site. They bottle it in glass, etched with serpents swallowing flames. The label reads, "To drink is to remember the mercy of heat." Buyers weep upon tasting it, perhaps from sulfur, perhaps from faith. The humanists, meanwhile, recoil in disdain. They argue that relic culture cheapens wonder, but even they cannot resist the metaphor. Albrecht Dürer sketches a dragon curling around a skull in his margin notes, writing beside it, "Mors est flamma residua." Death is the fire that remains. Scholars will quote the line for centuries, forgetting it was born of fascination, not mockery. In Italy, merchants export dragon oil, distilled from bitumen. Apothecaries advertise it as oleum salamandrae, capable of enduring the fiercest fire without harm. When bottles explode in candlelight, customers interpret it as proof. The more dangerous the product, the holier its reputation. Even kings join the trend. Frederick III keeps a vial labeled Sanguis Draconis in his private chapel. Visitors notice the faint red sheen of mercury within. Science inches closer, disguised as faith. Physicians test the relic powders and note that some indeed ease pain because the dragon bone is ground calcium or the dragon ash rich in iron oxide. The results only deepen the conviction that God hides healing in myth. He who burned the world left medicine in the ashes. By 1480, Worms becomes a hub of pilgrimage once again. Processions carry reliquaries carved as serpents coiling around glass orbs. Children press faces to the glass, hoping to see the faintest glow. Occasionally, candlelight reflects from mineral veins, and the watchers gasp. "It moves," someone cries. The priest smiles and nods. Miracles move as faith does, through light, but not everyone profits. In nearby Speyer, a beggar named Lisa is accused of stealing a relic chip and selling false miracles. She insists the stone spoke softly and told her to keep it warm. When interrogators place it in cold water, bubbles rise. They call it trickery. She calls it breath. Under torture, she refuses to recant, saying only, "He sleeps, but not for me." She dies without confession. The story spreads faster than any sermon, and pilgrims leave coins at her unmarked grave, calling her the keeper of ashes. Art mirrors belief. Stained glass windows now shimmer with dragons less monstrous, more mournful. Creatures curled protectively around towns, their tails looping into halos. The serpent becomes symbol of vigilance, not vice. Even cathedral choirs change lyrics. Non timbo flammam tuam. We shall not fear thy flame. Printing ensures the myth's immortality. Each edition of De Reliquis Draconis grows thicker, mixing first-hand accounts with commentary, diagrams of wings drawn like bat and bird combined. Marginal notes debate whether dragons once swam through lava or through air. A printer's colophon in Basel adds a motto that captures the century's tension. Ignorantia est fumus, scientia flamma. Ignorance is smoke. Knowledge is flame. Yet, for all the commerce and curiosity, doubt creeps quietly in. Natural philosophers begin comparing dragon relics with fossils newly unearthed in quarries. Giant bones once hailed as monsters now resemble the limbs of extinct creatures. The scholars do not yet say dinosaur. That word awaits centuries. But they whisper antiqua animalia, ancient animals. Still, the faithful insist. Even beasts of old served the Lord's fire. The relic trade persists until economics, not disbelief, cools it. After repeated droughts, the Rhine's shipping routes shrink, cutting pilgrimage traffic. Merchants move on to newer wonders, saints' teeth, unicorn horns. Yet the dragon lingers in print, embedded in ink like ember in paper. Every new press carries the legend farther. England, Poland, even the Ottoman courts, where translators render it as Ejderha-i-Nur, the luminous dragon. What began as soot and fear has become scripture of wonder. The line between superstition and science blurs to nothing. Both speak the same tongue of awe. A scholar of Heidelberg sums it neatly in a 1492 marginalia note. The relic proves not that dragons lived, but that faith needs something warm to hold. Centuries later, museum curators will catalog those fragments, slag, ironstone, bone, as geological curiosities. None glow anymore, but visitors still lean close, hoping for the impossible warmth of old belief. Even now, the glass sometimes fogs from breath, and for a fleeting instant, the reflection inside looks alive. By the closing years of the 15th century, the fire that once terrified Europe has turned to commerce. Markets gleam with tokens of the myth, rings, coins, painted mugs bearing the coiled serpent of the Rhine. What once was curse has become currency. Yet behind the hum of trade there smolders a subtler force, one the chroniclers name smoke and coin. Merchants along the river learn that fear sells best when tamed into wonder. They rebrand superstition as spectacle. Each spring, towns from Cologne to Basel host dragon fairs. Puppeteers build wooden beasts with bellows inside, exhaling harmless smoke made from resin and sulfur. Children shriek in delight, not terror. When the performance ends, parents buy amulets for luck. The stalls overflow with cheap miracles, small glass bottles of dragon's breath, just lamp oil and cinnamon, painted stones kissed by fire, iron charms quenched in holy water from worms. Even the church tolerates it now. Tithes collected from these markets keep parish roofs repaired. The Chronicon Fuldense of 1497 records dryly, "The people purchase dragons as they once feared them. The devil has been made retail. Trade routes expand the legend's reach. Venetian ships carry Rhine relics to Constantinople. Caravans carry stories farther east, where local merchants rebrand them anew. Teeth of the fire-worm, tears of the mountain serpent. The names multiply as easily as coins." Along the Baltic, amber dealers market their wares as petrified dragon's blood. Customers pay more for the myth than for the resin itself. The same substance that once symbolized terror now glitters in every merchant's purse. But the transformation is not purely cynical. Within the commerce lies continuity, the ancient impulse to bind chaos into something touchable. Each sale, however fraudulent, keeps the story alive. Even the skeptics play their part. Scholars denounce the markets as idolatry, but their complaints only advertise them. People who once trembled before thunder now debate prices of bottled lightning. Civilization, it seems, has learned to monetize its nightmares. The artisans adapt fastest. Metalworkers forge dragon motifs into sword hilts and door hinges, stamping their guild marks beneath the coils. "He who tames fire tames fate," they say, quoting an old blacksmith's proverb from mines. The image of the serpent wraps itself around Europe's rebirth. In paintings, dragons no longer writhe under saintly spears, but crown royal crests as symbols of vigilance. Heraldry turns fear into power. The economic boom surrounding dragon goods reaches its peak around 1501, when Emperor Maximilian grants exclusive rights to the Brotherhood of the Burning Serpent, a consortium of traders who claim descent from Sigismund's dragon hunters. Their charter reads more like prophecy than patent: to guard and govern all works of fire, and to ensure its light serves empire, not abyss. In truth, they manage tariffs on saltpeter and iron, the raw materials of gunpowder. But few notice the substitution. What is empire if not a dragon breathing through cannon smoke? The age of exploration fans the myth outward. Sailors returning from Africa and the Indies describe creatures half reptile, half bird. Their reports merge seamlessly with European lore. The fire-serpents have fled to the edge of the world, they say, waiting for new hearts to warm. Dragons become not just history, but geography. Map makers sketch them over uncharted oceans, labeling vast emptiness with the comfort of shape. In taverns, storytellers trade these voyages for coin. Each tale gilds the serpent further. Some claim scales of silver, others eyes of sapphire. The Nürnberger Chronik, Germany's great illustrated history, printed in 1493, includes woodcuts of dragons among its wonders, nestled between depictions of Babylon and Noah's Ark. The creature has become a synonym for the marvelous itself, and yet, within this carnival of profit and print, certain voices remain uneasy. Humanists like Sebastian Brandt, author of Ship of Fools, mock the trade, warning that gold minted from smoke will choke the soul. He writes a poem imagining merchants melting coins until they hiss like serpents, the air filling with a laughter that sounds suspiciously divine. It sells poorly. The people prefer laughter without warning. Still, some merchants sense the weight of irony. A letter from a trader in Strasbourg confesses, "When I sell the fire's memory, I feel its breath upon my neck. Perhaps it counts each coin as a scale returned. He dies the following year when lightning strikes his warehouse of sulfur. The townspeople say the dragon claimed its share. His partners promptly sell the ashes as relics. Smoke and coin, thus becomes the title of a whole chapter in economic chronicles, shorthand for the curious way belief turns into business. It marks the transition from miracle to market, one alchemist's ambition traded for 1,000 petty bargains. The medieval imagination, long obsessed with salvation through flame, now finds comfort in transaction. To buy is to bless, to own is to be protected. The world learns to spend its fear instead of pray it away. But even commerce cannot silence the older rhythm entirely. Beneath the fairs and guild crests, the people still whisper the cautionary rhyme, gold from flame, flame from greed, all returns to ash indeed. On stormy nights, when lightning forks above the Rhine, market stalls shudder early. The vendors cross themselves, muttering, "He still counts." The next morning they reopen, cheerful again, prices slightly higher. In this way, the dragon survives the birth of capitalism, no longer a monster, but a metaphor for every bright danger humans learn to wield. The furnaces that smelt cannon and print type echo the same heartbeat once heard beneath abbey stones. Fire still shapes faith, only the vocabulary has changed. Centuries later, economic historians will glance at those market records and see merely trade data: salt, iron, sulfur, amber. But beneath the numbers hums the oldest story of all, the one where light and greed share a single source. The coins themselves, when found in river mud, bear faint scorch marks around their rims. Metallurgists call it oxidation. The faithful call it remembrance, and when dusk falls on the Rhine, merchants and priests alike watch the sky redden over the water. It looks for a moment like a long-scaled body twisting in the clouds, gold fading into smoke. No one points. They have learned that to speak too loudly of flame is to invite it. Instead, they count their earnings softly, warm in the glow that built their world. The 16th century dawns with the scent of ink and smoke. Europe burns and prints in equal measure. The presses that once scattered dragon stories now scatter revolution. Pamphlets fly like sparks, some holy, some heretical, and wherever they land, something catches fire. It is an age that cannot decide whether the flame is revelation or ruin. Perhaps both. In this restless era, the Drachen legend changes again. The church is splintering, the old faiths fracturing into dozens of tongues. To every side, the dragon becomes an emblem of the other's corruption. Luther's followers depict Rome as a seven-headed serpent breathing indulgences. Catholic printers answer with broadsides, showing the reformers themselves sprouting wings of smoke. In sermons and cartoons, every opponent plays the dragon, and every faction claims St. Michael's sword. Faith becomes a mirror hall of fire. Nowhere does the imagery burn brighter than in Nuremberg, the city of presses and precision. Its printers fill the world with new texts, Bibles, cosmologies, catalogues of wonders. One, a scholar named Conrad Lycosthenes, publishes his Prodigiorum Assi Ostentorum Chronicon in 1557, a compendium of every known omen and monster. It includes more dragons than any other creature, serpents in the sky, beasts from the sea, fires shaped like wings. His readers cannot tell whether he writes as believer or collector, and he prefers it that way. The world, he notes dryly, remains full of smoke that yet seeks its source. In the same city lives Hans Stocklin, a woodcarver's apprentice who begins carving small dragon figurines from cherry wood. At first, they sell as toys, then as talismans. He burns each with a pattern of 7 scales before sealing them with oil. Within a year, demand explodes. Housewives hang them in kitchens to guard against chimney fires. Soldiers carry them for courage. One colonel claims a carved fireworm in his breastplate turned aside a bullet. Hans grows wealthy, but when asked why he chose dragons, he answers simply, "Because the saints already have enough work." That same pragmatism spreads through the age. The dragon, long a symbol of apocalypse, now becomes a token of endurance. Reformers on both sides adopt it unconsciously, the serpent tamed, not slain, its breath harnessed into bellows and cannon. Europe, for the first time, lives entirely by the fire it once feared. Gunpowder, born of alchemy, turns wars into thunder. Cities ring with iron. The very smoke of battle resembles those old omens, curling like dragons above burning fields. "The air remembers," writes a Swiss chronicler after the Battle of Kappel, where both Protestant and Catholic dead lie together. The serpent's breath no longer chooses sides. It is a grim equality. As empires form and fracture, chroniclers note something uncanny. The old dragon veins of legend, those bands of red ore and warm earth, tend to lie beneath the great foundries of the New World. God placed iron where faith first burned, one Jesuit writes, that men might remake the miracle in steel. Whether divine coincidence or geological truth, it shapes the industrial path centuries before the word industry exists. The forge remains Europe's beating heart, but where fire fuels progress, it also tests conscience. In 1534, a lightning strike ignites the church of St. Severus in Cologne. Witnesses report the flames rising like a living thing, coiling up the tower. When the spire collapses, molten bells spill onto the street. Children kneel in awe. One priest, trembling, whispers, "It bowed first." Painters capture the scene within a week, tiny figures praying beneath a column of fire shaped unmistakably like a dragon. The church denounces such depictions as blasphemy. The people hang them in their homes. They find comfort in the thought that even destruction arrives in familiar form. The Renaissance, obsessed with proportion and anatomy, reinterprets dragons as allegories of natural order. Artists like Altdorfer and Cranach paint them with muscles and sinew, making them almost human. Natural philosophers classify them among reptiles, perhaps kin to serpents magnified by fear. Yet even as science sketches their skeletons, faith sketches their souls. One pamphlet printed in Augsburg insists that every man carries a small fireworm in the chest, visible to angels alone, and that salvation lies in keeping it content. Physicians borrow the image. Soon, Draco Cordis, the heart's dragon, appears in medical texts to describe inner heat and passion. What was once cosmology becomes biology. A curious hybrid culture takes hold. Artisans and alchemists work side by side, half workshop, half chapel. In Nuremberg, glassmakers learn to trap air bubbles within crystal and call the results dragon tears. In Basel, printers decorate title pages with coiled serpents entwined around torches, the symbol of enlightenment through danger. Fire, at last, has manners, and yet storms of faith continue to flare. During the Peasants' War of 1525, rebels march under banners showing dragons shackled by chains of wheat, declaring the harvest itself holy. Their preachers claim that God will send the gentle serpent of justice to burn away tyranny. When they fail, the same symbol becomes emblem of warning. The nobles' counterbanners show St. Michael triumphing again, blade drawn. Myth, as ever, shifts to fit the victors. Meanwhile, scholars abroad report strange correspondences. Portuguese sailors in Africa encounter tales of fire spirits haunting volcanic isles, creatures that hiss from fissures when storms break. Jesuits in Japan record stories of hinotatari, fire curses rising from mountains. Spanish friars in the Americas describe serpents of smoke seen above erupting peaks. Every culture, it seems, has its version of the earth's breath. The old European dragon finds kin everywhere. The age's thinkers seize upon this discovery as proof of universal order. As men travel, myths converge, notes the philosopher Paracelsus. The fire that feeds the heart of Germany burns also beneath Cathay. For him, dragons become embodiments of the element itself, neither moral nor monstrous, merely the world exhaling its essence. The Church tolerates his theories uneasily. Too many heresies have already begun with fire, and still, the people keep their rituals. On St. John's Eve, bonfires blaze across Germany as they have for centuries. Families leap the flames, whispering old words, Schlaf wohl, altes Feuer, sleep well, old fire. The phrase, once an exorcism, has turned lullaby. Children drop pieces of bread into the coals, offerings for luck. The dragon has become houseguest, not invader. Occasionally, the old fear resurfaces. In 1561, over Nuremberg itself, citizens witness a phenomenon that will puzzle historians for centuries. Shapes in the morning sky, spheres, cylinders, crosses, moving as if in battle. Pamphlets describe them as fiery apparitions, some say angels, others dragons. The air waged war upon itself, writes one observer, and we watched as men do when their gods speak beyond understanding. To modern readers, it is a celestial display, sun dogs, perhaps, or atmospheric ice. To them, it is revelation. Painters depict it as the last great struggle of the sky serpents, a cosmic rehearsal for Judgment Day. But no judgment comes, only silence and the quiet industry of those who have learned to live with flame. In Nuremberg's forges and presses, smoke curls upward day and night. The city hums like the old stories said the earth once did. The dragon has migrated, from cave to chimney, from myth to machinery. Its breath now powers an age. And beneath all this progress lies an old paradox. The creature once banished by saints now lives obediently in every hearth, every furnace, every printed page. The victory of reason is also its inheritance of danger, for when humanity learns to hold fire, it also inherits the dragon's appetite to make, to consume, to shine. As the century closes, philosophers speak of man as the world's new flame. Poets warn quietly, and every flame dreams of wings. Outside, the Rhine reflects the glow of countless workshops. Its waters shimmer copper and red, rippling like scales beneath moonlight. The river has carried this legend for 1,000 years, from fear to faith to fact. Tonight it only whispers in the hiss of current against stone. He never left. We only learned his language. The 17th century opens beneath a red dawn that Europe mistakes for ordinary sunrise. Smoke from wars and furnaces clouds the horizon. Sermons still echo, but so do cannon. To the people who live through it, the world seems divided between two breaths, one divine, one human, both equally hot. It is in this furnace of faith and gunpowder that the legend of the Drachen evolves again, stripped now of scales, but not of meaning. Scholars begin calling it the philosophy of fire. Germany bleeds through the 30 Years' War. Villages burn, cities choke on ash, and the heavens stay the color of rust. To a generation raised among flames, The dragon no longer feels mythical. It feels domestic. The worm has moved into our hearths, writes a soldier-turned-clerk named Matthias Faber in 1632. It eats our roofs and sighs through our muskets. He means the war, but the image spreads. Pamphlets appear depicting the conflict itself as a coiled serpent devouring its own tail. The Ouroboros bellum, the war that eats itself. Artists draw generals riding its back, preachers standing inside its mouth, shouting scripture through smoke. The public, half-starved and half-mad, buys these prints by the hundreds. Fire has become both entertainment and apocalypse. In such a climate, theology turns practical. Clerics no longer promise to banish dragons. They pray to outlast them. Lord, one pastor pleads in a wartime diary, teach us to breathe smoke as thou breathest grace. The people respond in kind. Households adopt charms not for protection, but endurance. Bits of iron nailed above doors, bottles half filled with river water to cool the soul. In every measure, the old apotropaics return, humbler and more personal. Yet the intellectual world hums with new speculation. Alchemists, long persecuted as charlatans, rebrand themselves as natural philosophers. They claim that beneath all matter lies a principle of combustion, a spiritus igneus, fiery spirit, binding creation. Paracelsus had hinted at it a century earlier, but now his followers give it shape. An invisible dragon coiling through the veins of the earth, the lungs of animals, even the spark of thought itself. When God said, "Let there be light," writes one, he spoke the name of the dragon. To us, this reads as metaphor for energy. To them, it is revelation. The dragon, once feared as chaos, now becomes blueprint for order. Fire is no longer punishment, but proof. Those who master it become godlike. Those who resist, ash. Among the era's most haunting figures stands Athanasius Kircher, Jesuit polymath and obsessive cataloger of the world's hidden engines. In his Mundus Subterraneus, 1665, he proposes that volcanoes are mouths of the Earth's inner fires, dragons beneath the crust. He draws maps of subterranean rivers feeding flames from Iceland to the Indies. The world breathes as we do, he writes, and when it sighs, mountains smoke. His diagrams look eerily modern, tangled arteries of magma, labeled Spiritus Draconis. Kircher means no heresy. For him, these fires glorify God. The dragon, he concludes, is creation's furnace, not its foe. His book circulates across Europe, igniting imaginations once more. Children stare at engravings of underground serpents. Adults trace the lines with fingers as though reading veins in their own wrists. For the first time, science and myth clasp hands without realizing it. The Enlightenment's first spark flickers through the dragon's throat. Meanwhile, reality mirrors metaphor. In 1666, London burns, a city's worth of streets reduced to cinders in 4 days. German pamphlets describe the fire as a serpent in exile returning home. Preachers shout that the dragon of worms has migrated west. Others insist it is judgment for human pride in brick and ink. We built Babel again, they cry, and the fire remembered. When rebuilding begins, architects design broader streets to deny the serpent corridors. Even urban planning bears the legend's mark. Back in the German lands, war finally subsides, leaving soil so salted with corpses that nothing grows. Yet people adapt. In ruined monasteries, survivors plant vineyards over charred fields. The first grapes of those vines produce wine, described as tasting smoky, with a warmth that lingers. They name it Drachenblut, dragon's blood. To drink it is to remember survival itself. The wine becomes sacrament of endurance, exported as far as Venice. Travelers toast to the worm's mercy, half laughing, half solemn. Cultural memory folds the dragon into daily life. Poets write elegies where lovers call one another "my flame" without irony. Painters fill salons with crimson serpents curling through clouds, less monsters than metaphors for vitality. The spiritus draconis of Kircher's maps seeps into language itself. He has the dragon in him, people say of an inventor, a poet, a soldier, meaning drive, not danger. This rebranding of fire changes theology more deeply than any reform. Hell's flames, once eternal punishment, shrink in imagination. Preachers speak instead of the fire within, urging believers to burn brightly in devotion. The symbol flips from terror to virtue. What was once condemned as infernal becomes the very proof of divine animation. Even portraits of St. Michael begin to soften. The dragon beneath his feet no longer writhes in agony, but curls like a loyal hound. Still, caution lingers at the edges. In rural parishes, people whisper that when the wind shifts from south to east, they hear a deep humming beneath the ground, a memory of worms. Children are told, "Don't shout into wells, he might answer." The myth has become folklore, stripped of doctrine but alive in rhythm. Each generation inherits the hum, calling it thunder when reason demands, mystery when faith permits. In 1683, miners near the Harz Mountains uncover an underground cavern lined with crystallized sulfur. Their torches ignite it by accident, producing a roaring flame that burns for 3 days. They call the site Der brennende Wurm, the burning worm. Scholars rush to document it, measuring temperature, noting airflow. They publish their findings in learned Latin, but villagers still kneel at the crater's edge, whispering prayers to the ancient sleeper. One miner, half blind from the glare, tells a priest, "It breathed on me and left its mark." The priest places a hand on his scarred face and murmurs, "Then you live warmed by grace." The 17th century ends with a paradox both intimate and vast. Humanity has turned the dragon into philosophy, yet the creature refuses to vanish. It hides now in every experiment, every metaphor of energy. Fire becomes knowledge. Knowledge, in turn, demands more fire. The world warms with invention. The myth has done its work too well, and somewhere, under mountains mapped by Jesuit pens, the old breath continues. Not myth, not miracle, but something between physics and prayer. The earth hums softly, patient as always. People sleep above it, dreaming of enlightenment. The dragon, faithful servant of both God and man, merely waits for its next command. The 18th century rises glittering and rational, or so it believes. The Enlightenment dawns like a new kind of fire, bright, ordered, domesticated. Candles multiply, lamps improve, forges roar. Humanity claims to have tamed both darkness and myth. Yet beneath that confidence flickers the same ember the monks once feared. Every salon that praises reason does so beneath chandeliers of flame. Every treatise denouncing superstition smells faintly of burning tallow. And so the old story breathes again, politely disguised, inside a century that insists it no longer dreams. This is the age of dragons and glass. Natural philosophers turn their gaze from heaven to hearth. Chemistry blossoms from alchemy's ashes. Curiosity replaces confession. Yet language lags behind discovery, and the vocabulary of fire remains theological. When scientists describe combustion, They call it phlogiston, a mysterious substance that escapes when things burn. They imagine it as an inner principle of flame, invisible and everywhere. The spirit of fire itself, writes Georg Ernst Stahl in 1703, breathes through matter, departing only when suffocated. Others call it the fiery dragon that flees the crucible. And so, even in the age of reason, myth persists under a new name. Laboratories become monasteries of the modern age, silent rooms of glowing glass where men coax flame from powders and acids. Visitors describe the hiss of reaction, the sudden color of transformation, green, blue, crimson. To the lay observer, it looks like conjuration. They bottle dragons, murmurs a Parisian pamphlet, half in jest, half in awe, and sell their breath as enlightenment. Indeed, the new sciences begin literally bottling fire. Gas lamps emerge in England by mid-century, filling streets with steady flame. The people cheer. No more fear of night. Yet some whisper uneasily that the air feels thinner, warmer, as if the city itself exhales. A London diarist notes, "The very cobbles glow." The earth remembers how to burn. Across Europe, volcanic eruptions rekindle the ancient imagery. The most spectacular, Mount Vesuvius in 1737, draws spectators from every court. Gentlemen climb slopes with telescopes, ladies with parasols. They watch rivers of molten rock flow like the world's arteries and call it sublime. The word replaces terrible, but the awe remains identical. "We study the dragon now," says one Italian guide, "but he still smiles with teeth." Artists turn that sublime into fashion. Painters depict lightning and lava with romantic flair. The dragon reappears on canvases, reborn not as monster but metaphor for nature's grandeur, coiled around volcanoes, half cloud, half fire. Poets echo them. Goethe writes of the red serpent in man's heart that both consumes and creates. Even the most secular minds use the same old heat to describe passion, genius, inspiration. Rationality itself becomes a kind of flame. The church, though diminished, adapts gracefully. Preachers borrow scientific language to reframe ancient symbols. God's light is not superstition, one Jesuit sermon declares, but the original chemistry. Cathedrals install elaborate chandeliers, mirrors multiplying every flicker until worship itself feels experimental. The dragon, unmentioned, hides in the architecture, carved in gilded wood, tamed into ornament, still watching. Meanwhile, the folk imagination refuses to vanish. In the villages along the Rhine, peasants speak of house dragons, tiny spirits that live behind stoves and protect families who keep fires clean. Old women feed them crumbs, so the heat stays gentle. Enlightened landlords laugh, yet secretly copy the custom. In an age that claims to worship reason, comfort still wears myth's old face. Then, in 1755, Lisbon burns. An earthquake strikes on All Saints' Day, collapsing churches onto their congregations. Fires rage for 5 days. Tens of thousands perish. Philosophers across Europe gasp, not in piety, but perplexity. How could a rational world behave so monstrously? Voltaire writes Candide in response, his satire dripping with disbelief. If the world is ruled by reason, who, then, commands the fire? The dragon, mutter peasants in Bavaria. He wakes when men forget gratitude. Their whisper travels faster than any essay. The quake shakes more than cities. It cracks the Enlightenment's self-confidence. For all its progress, the age still trembles before nature's heat. Scientists rush to study shock waves and gas vents. priests organize masses of repentance. Both actions feel identical, attempts to measure the unmeasurable. The dragon remains nameless but omnipresent, a metaphor now for everything that exceeds control. In 1783, Iceland's Loki fissure erupts, blanketing Europe with sulfurous haze. The sun dims for months. Crops fail. Newspapers call it the dry fog. In Germany, the poet Friedrich Klopstock pens a hymn to the dragon of air, lamenting the furnace that breathes even in calm. Farmers watch ash fall like black snow and remember worms. Some hang iron charms on barn doors again, old gestures in a new century. Yet amid smoke and famine, another kind of fire stirs, the spark of revolution. Pamphlets ignite minds, guillotines follow. France burns with the fervor of purification. On the Place de la Révolution, the smell of heated steel fills the air. A witness writes, "The flame has learned to speak politics. For the first time, humanity itself becomes the dragon, devouring kings in the name of light. Liberty, equality, fraternity," they cry. But the torches say more than words. When the reign of terror ends, Europe surveys the ashes and calls them progress. The myth has fulfilled its final alchemical phase, transmutation of fear into ideology. Fire, once divine, has become historical. The Drachen no longer haunts the hills. It coils within factories, parliaments, and presses. Reason, says a pamphlet of 1799, is the new sun, and its light tolerates no night. Yet in its certainty, one hears the faint echo of an older arrogance, the same pride that once called thunder an obedient servant. A rhetorical pause, quiet as breath before kindling. What happens when enlightenment forgets humility? The century closes with an omen worthy of any medieval chronicle. In 1794, lightning strikes a gunpowder magazine in Mainz, the birthplace of the printing press. The explosion levels half the quarter. Survivors claim the cloud of smoke formed a serpent twisting upward before dissolving. Skeptics blame imagination, but a witness sketch survives. A streak of flame shaped like a coiled ribbon, its head turned toward heaven. Beneath it, someone has written in trembling script, "He reads by our light." By now the world believes it has banished dragons, yet every lamp, every match, every printed page glows with their ghost. The Enlightenment's triumph is also their resurrection. Mankind, torch in hand, walks forward into a brighter darkness, not realizing the companion it carries beside. The old creature, patient as ever, simply watches through glass, reflected in laboratory flasks, in polished musket barrels, in the eyes of thinkers who mistake its glimmer for their own. The age of dragons is not over. It has merely learned to pronounce its name as progress. The 19th century arrives shrouded in coal smoke and confidence. Europe hums like a furnace. Locomotives shriek through valleys once silent with prayer. The industrial age believes it has turned the myth inside out, made the dragon its servant at last. Steam, the new breath of empire, roars through iron lungs. In every rail yard and factory floor, men boast, "We have chained the fire." But even they whisper when sparks jump from rails at dusk, "He still breathes." This is the era of engines and empires, the dragon's second life in metal. In 1804, when Trevithick's first steam locomotive rumbles through Wales, witnesses call it a fire horse and, inevitably, a little dragon. Children chase behind, laughing and coughing in its smoke. Newspapers describe it as both marvel and menace. A creature of heat and iron whose lungs consume stone. Engineers adopt the nickname with pride. They paint dragon heads on boilers, teeth around smokestacks, wings across train cars. Fire becomes identity, not warning. The same motif spreads through industry. Factory chimneys rise like black columns breathing perpetual dusk. Travelers compare Manchester's skyline to a coiled serpent of soot. A visiting German poet writes, "The dragon no longer hides in caves. He owns them and calls them foundries." The Industrial Revolution, for all its optimism, sounds eerily familiar to any medieval ear. Humans courting flame, feeding it coal instead of prayer. At first, the tone is triumphal. Steamships conquer oceans. Gaslight banishes night. The dragon's breath powers empires and punctuality. But the deeper the century burns, the clearer its cost. Miners choke in shafts once sacred to the underworld. Towns vanish beneath smog that never lifts. The dragon, though tamed, devours oxygen itself. Artists notice first. In London, William Blake sketches dark satanic mills, their chimneys coiling smoke like scales. He writes of the fiery serpent bound in the city's heart. Critics call it allegory. Workers call it truth. They live within the creature's belly. Its heat, their livelihood. Its ash, their weather. "We are the coal it feeds on," says a Welsh miner in an 1831 letter, "and our children the smoke." Science, too, feels the heat. The century's greatest minds, Faraday, Davy, Joule, study energy's transformations, unknowingly refining the dragon's anatomy. Nothing is lost, they say. Heat becomes motion, motion becomes light. A poetic echo of older cosmology, the law of conservation of energy sounds suspiciously like the myth reborn. Fire eternal, only changing form. In textbooks, it's physics. In spirit, scripture. The dragon never dies, an anonymous note scrawled on a laboratory margin declares. He simply changes name. Religion scrambles to keep pace. Sermons reinterpret the industrial world as continuation of Genesis, humanity subduing the earth by mastering its flame. Yet preachers grow uneasy when factories collapse or mines explode. Each accident resurrects old language. The fire turned upon its keeper. Theologians debate whether industry's infernos are progress or penance. "We have built hell upward," warns a pastor in Essen, staring at furnaces painting the sky red. Meanwhile, folklore adapts once again. Children's books soften the dragon entirely. No longer demon or deity, it becomes friend, guardian of gold, keeper of secrets, misunderstood by mankind. In 1812, the Brothers Grimm collect tales where dragons hoard treasures, only to test human virtue. The creature who once symbolized apocalypse now teaches morality. Yet even in bedtime stories, it never quite loses its heat. "Beware," says one old version, "for he sleeps kindly, but wakes hungry." Nationalism finds use for the symbol as well. The Welsh adopt the red dragon as emblem of endurance. German romantic painters fill canvases with flaming serpents as allegories of spirit and homeland. Across the continent, the serpent transforms from universal terror into local pride. Every nation wants its own flame, and science, always curious, begins unearthing fossils, giant bones embedded in stone. Scholars call them saurians, but the public needs no translation. "Dragons," they say, vindicated at last. Museums fill with skeletons that look suspiciously like the monsters of legend, only stripped of myth's shimmer. Visitors stare upward at jaws of ancient fire, and for a moment, history circles back on itself. The dragon exists again, purified by geology. Even scientists, though careful, use the same old adjectives: majestic, terrible, sublime. The beast re-enters civilization through glass cases and Latin names. Still, amid wonder, unease persists. By mid-century, soot darkens every European city. Rivers turn metallic, forests vanish. Artists paint sunsets the color of rust. Poets call them the dragon's twilight. In 1858, the Great Stink of London, caused by industrial sewage, forces Parliament to flee. Newspapers describe it as a breath from the worm. Satirists print cartoons of giant serpents rising from the Thames, not with flame, but with filth. The dragon has become pollution incarnate, the underside of progress. Romantics respond by turning nostalgia into religion. Wordsworth and Shelley write hymns to untouched nature, seeing mountains as sleeping gods, volcanoes as heartbeats of divine power. They reclaim awe from soot and science. Better to fear the real fire than worship the false, Shelley writes in a margin. His words could have come from any medieval friar. The centuries blur. Humanity circles its heat like moths. Then, as if to prove the point, Krakatoa erupts in 1883, its sound heard around the world. For months afterward, sunsets burn blood red, skies veiled in ash. Across Europe, artists paint them obsessively. The newspapers call it the dragon season. Even scientists lapse into poetry. A furnace beyond calculation, writes one observer, as though the earth sighs under civilization's weight. Out of this smoke rises the age's strangest new religion, spiritualism. Seances, ghost photography, and mesmerism all borrow the imagery of flame as life force. Mediums speak of a luminous serpent connecting bodies and souls. The dragon, it seems, has traded flesh for electricity. Telegraph wires hum across continents. Sparks jump between machines like whispers from another realm. One inventor in Berlin calls his new battery the bottled dragon, laughing as it shocks him. He dies of electrocution a year later. His factory workers light candles for him to cool the fire. By century's end, the creature has diffused completely into modernity. It powers locomotives, factories, telegraphs, revolutions, and philosophies. Its name survives mostly in metaphors. The fire of genius, the dragon of industry, the furnace of empire. But beneath those phrases, something ancient stirs. Even reason dreams of flame. And yet, for the first time, the dragon begins to frighten again. Not as myth, but as machine. Newspapers report mining explosions killing hundreds, factory fires consuming thousands, war engines spitting fire from the sky. Humanity, once student of the flame, has become its raw material. We built our cages of iron and then set them alight, laments a German poet in 1899. The old worm is not tamed. He has moved inside us. In laboratories and lecture halls, scientists chart energy, entropy, and the coming heat-death of the universe. All things tend toward uniform fire, they warn. The end of myth becomes science's prophecy. The story closes its circle, from divine punishment to cosmic inevitability. As the century exhales its last soot, electric bulbs flicker on. Cities glow not from flame, but filament. The dragon, ever adaptable, trades lungs for wires. Its breath hums at 50 cycles per second. And once again, people applaud their triumph over darkness, not noticing the faint warmth in the air, the smell of ozone, the whisper behind every current. I never left. I only changed shape. The 20th century begins with a hiss of voltage. Electricity replaces fire, but the old vocabulary refuses to die. Newspapers speak of power, current, charge, words that echo prayer, words once reserved for gods and dragons. Men no longer kneel before flame, they flip switches. Yet the light that floods their rooms feels no less divine. The dragon's breath has turned invisible, humming behind walls, coiled in copper. Humanity believes it has at last achieved mastery. But mastery is only a quieter form of worship. This new era calls itself the Century of Light. In 1903, the Wright brothers lift from Earth on engines burning gasoline vapor. Reporters call the contraption a dragonfly made of fire. A poet watching from the dunes writes, "Man has taught the dragon to carry him." The metaphor is apt. Each engine a miniature furnace, each propeller a winged echo of the old myth. Within a decade, those same machines carry bombs. Cities learn that the dragon can still descend. By 1914, war spreads like wildfire across Europe. Soldiers crawl through trenches under skies roaring with engines. Flamethrowers debut on the battlefield, metal hoses spewing fire 30 feet long. Witnesses describe them as men with dragons' mouths. The phrase sticks. To be burned by them is to be kissed by the worm. The industrial world, drunk on progress, rediscovers its ancient terror in mechanical form. The age of reason, writes a French correspondent, has become the age of flame. After the armistice, nations vow never again. But the factories that forged weapons now forge automobiles, stoves, and airplanes. Smoke continues to rise, merely redirected. The dragon's hunger finds new diet in convenience and speed. In 1927, an American engineer demonstrates the first television. Light that speaks, he calls it, a fire that remembers. Audiences gasp. They do not realize they are staring into the same bright eye that once glared from volcanoes. Artists sense what scientists cannot admit. The surrealists fill canvases with molten landscapes, machines twisting into serpents of chrome. Poets like Rilke write of the sleeping flame inside all motion. Psychologists translate this into modern myth. Freud calls it libido. Jung calls it archetype. Both agree something ancient drives humanity's progress, coiling beneath reason. We have swallowed the dragon, Jung warns. It digests us as we digest it. Then, in 1939, the world proves him right. Factories turn again to forges of war. Tanks breathe smoke. Cities glow red at midnight. Firestorms erase entire neighborhoods. In Dresden, the sky itself becomes furnace. Survivors describe the roar as a living wind. Some swear they see shapes twisting within the flames, vast and serpentine. The rational mind rejects such visions. The soul recognizes an old acquaintance. The dragon walks among us again, writes a German pastor hiding in the ruins. He wears our uniforms. Science, unrepentant, forges a still greater miracle. In 1945, when the atomic bomb falls on Hiroshima, a new sun blooms over the earth. Witnesses miles away see a column of fire rising, coiling, expanding into a vast head of cloud. A mushroom, the generals call it. But one Japanese doctor, staring at the silhouette on the horizon, murmurs, "A dragon ascending." The image travels across languages faster than censorship. Poets, soldiers, even physicists use the same phrase. The beast of myth has become equation. The bomb is the ultimate alchemy. Mass turned to fire, fear to doctrine. Its designers speak of the release of binding energy, a phrase both scientific and sacred. J. Robert Oppenheimer quotes the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." The dragon's final title, spoken by a man of reason. When the flash fades, when shadows of bodies remain burned into walls, civilization confronts itself in the glare. Enlightenment transfigured, into annihilation. The world steps backward into the oldest cave, trembling before its own flame. After Hiroshima and Nagasaki, artists abandon glory. Abstract painters smear crimson across canvases, naming the works fire composition, ash figure, after the light. Writers describe the century as the dragon's breath lingering in the atmosphere. Scientists calculate fallout, measure radiation, and note that it glows faintly blue. Blue, the coldest color of flame. Progress has reached its paradox. The colder it gets, the hotter it becomes. The Cold War that follows is aptly named. Nations build arsenals of heat, but keep them frozen by fear. Submarines, those iron leviathans, patrol the deeps carrying miniature suns in their bellies. Politicians call this deterrence. Theologians might have called it appeasement. Humanity once threw virgins into volcanoes. Now it throws treasure into silos. The ritual remains, scaled for modern faith. Meanwhile, myth returns in subtler guises. Dragons fill children's books and animated films, gentle, wise, misunderstood. Psychologists call them integration symbols. Cultures once haunted by hellfire now teach their children to befriend it. Yet somewhere in that kindness lingers fear's echo. Each bedtime dragon hums with buried memory. The creature cannot die because it describes something truer than history. Humanity's dialogue with its own power. Technologists push further. Rockets ignite new flames, reaching for heaven under banners of peace. The first launch of Vostok 1 in 1961 leaves a trail of fire across the dawn. A reporter watching from Kazakhstan calls it a dragon of smoke carrying a man in its throat. The metaphor is irresistible. Each rocket is both serpent and saint, born from war's furnace, yet pointed toward stars. When the Apollo missions follow, American astronauts describe the rumble beneath them as the sound of the earth exhaling. Somewhere, Kircher's old map of subterranean dragons finally makes sense. The world truly breathes fire, and we ride its lungs into the void. But for all its ascent, the 20th century cannot shake its shadow. The same fuel that powers cars and rockets poisons air and sea. By the 1970s, smog dims the sun over cities from Los Angeles to Tokyo. Environmentalists march carrying banners of serpents strangled by oil slicks. We have slain the dragon only to wear its skin. One placard reads, "The irony is ancient. Humanity always becomes what it conquers." In the 1980s, computer screens flicker alive. Electric light without warmth. A new kind of fire that consumes thought instead of oxygen. Programmers joke about demons running inside machines. They mean background processes, but the term feels prophetic. The dragon has moved into circuits, its breath measured in volts. Each data center glows at night like a medieval village of perpetual torches. No smoke, no soot, only hum. The same old hymn, updated to silicon. And so, by century's end, the legend stands fully transformed. The Drachen is no longer a beast in caves or a god in mountains. It is the sum of human invention, the warmth that built comfort, and the blaze that threatens extinction. Fire, engine, atom, algorithm, each a scale on its back. The creature has kept every promise. It punished pride, rewarded curiosity, mirrored our hunger. We named it myth, then physics, then progress. Always it answered, a rhetorical whisper, barely audible through static. When the last light flickers, will we say the dragon died, or merely went home? The 20th century ends beneath fluorescent halos, hums of neon echoing over asphalt. The age of flame has become the age of glow. Yet even now, when a power grid fails and a city plunges into darkness, people look up and see the Milky Way, a white river of fire across the black, and feel an ancient shiver. Somewhere in that endless shimmer, the old serpent coils, patient as ever. It waits for us to remember that we, too, were born of its spark. The 21st century wakes to a different kind of heat, unseen, constant, planetary. The dragon no longer roars. It hums in the background of daily life, woven through engines, wires, and weather. People name it energy, but the old instinct recognizes the rhythm. The world still breathes fire. Satellites orbit like guardian scales reflecting sunlight. Cities glow so brightly they blot out stars. Data centers in deserts pump warmth into the night air. Glaciers sigh, rivers shrink. The age calls it climate change, but the myth would have called it remembrance. He stirs, the ancestors might whisper, because we have overfed him. Every nation chases its own version of flame. Oil rigs rise from seas like black altars. Wind turbines spin where gallows once stood. Solar fields blaze gold across dunes. Humanity has learned to harvest the sun itself to keep the dragon breathing on a leash. But leashes fray. Every blackout feels like an exhale withheld. Every wildfire, a shudder from beneath. In 2025, a heat wave sweeps Europe. Rivers running low enough to expose medieval ruins along the Rhine. The stones steam under the sun. News anchors speak of the dragon's bones surfacing. Social media turns it into meme and prophecy at once. Hashtags of flame. Drone footage of cracked riverbeds glimmering like scales. It should be absurd. But something in the collective pulse remembers fear. As reverence, artists respond first, as always. Painters fill galleries with molten landscapes. Musicians compose symphonies of slow thunder. Poets resurrect the word Drachen without irony. One writes, "He is not coming back. He never left. We simply became too noisy to hear him breathe." The line goes viral, printed on protest banners during environmental marches. In photographs, those banners ripple in hot wind, tongues of color fluttering like flame. Science, ever methodical, measures instead of praise. Thermometers climb, charts redden, satellites track the planet's fever. The numbers read like modern scripture. Parts per million, degrees Celsius, megatons of ice gone. Journalists call it the Anthropocene, a name almost mythic itself. Geologists describe it more plainly. We have become the volcano. Somewhere, an archivist opens Kircher's 17th century map of subterranean dragons and notes how closely its red veins resemble satellite images of burning forests. Religion adapts again. Popes speak of stewardship, imams of balance, monks of interconnection. Environmentalists quote Genesis alongside chemistry. To tend the garden, they say, is to cool the flame. Temples host solar panels on their roofs. Priests bless wind farms. Faith, long defined by fear of fire, learns to negotiate with heat rather than flee it. But negotiation breeds dependence. Civilization now requires the dragon's breath for every heartbeat. The phone charging, the refrigerator humming, the server farm blinking in the dark. Humanity has built a nervous system of light. When power grids fail, panic feels theological. A blackout is not inconvenience. It is eclipse. In those brief silences, cities remember night, and night remembers the old rhythm of flame and fear. A handful of philosophers begin calling this age the return of the elemental. They argue that climate change is not catastrophe, but conversation, the world answering back after centuries of monologue. "We spoke in smoke," one writes, "and now the smoke speaks." Their tone is half guilt, half awe. To scientists, it sounds mystical. To poets, merely overdue. Meanwhile, technology pursues transcendence through simulation. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, digital art, each a new incarnation of fire's imagination. Servers hum in cool blue rooms, but their power bills measure in megawatts. The dragon's heart beats beneath the floorboards of the virtual. Even our dreams now require electricity. When people say, "the cloud," they forget how clouds once burned, a rhetorical breath. What if enlightenment was never about escaping darkness, but learning to live beside the fire without being consumed? Cultural memory circles back. Filmmakers retell dragon stories as metaphors for ecology. Games cast them as ancient guardians of balance. Children cheer not for the slayer, but for the saved. The myth at last completes its inversion, from enemy to ally, from apocalypse to ecology. The dragon becomes symbol of the planet itself, wounded, waking, patient. Yet deep beneath that reconciliation lies an unease that statistics cannot soothe. When forests burn across continents and satellites show red scars where green once lay, headlines call it megafire. Old words fail. Villagers fleeing smoke say it more simply: the world is breathing too hard. In the crackle of flames, they hear whisper and memory alike. Even the scientists, after long nights before glowing screens, admit something almost heretical. The data, says one climatologist, feels alive. Her colleagues laugh, but she means it. The graphs pulse like heartbeats. The trends spiral like smoke. The numbers do not simply rise, they wake. Still, hope flickers. Solar furnaces hum with quiet grace. Fusion reactors promise clean flame. Humanity learns, perhaps for the first time, that reverence can coexist with reason. Engineers speak like mystics now. Containment must honor the source. The language of science bends back toward prayer. We have come full circle to the monks of worms, chanting over heat they do not fully understand. When future historians trace this curve, they will see continuity, not progress. 1,000-year dialogue between people and fire. The names changed: spirit, phlogiston, energy. But the voice remained. And somewhere in the static of satellites, in the low electric murmur beneath every city, the dragon listens, neither angry nor merciful, simply patient, waiting for us to remember that light, however efficient, still burns. Outside, the night glows faintly orange from distant flames. A child standing by a window asks her mother if the sun has come back early. The mother hesitates before answering. "No, love," she says. "It's only the world breathing again." The 21st century matures beneath screens of light, its faith rebuilt in pixels and progress reports. The dragon's breath hums quietly now, steady, global, invisible. It lives not in caves or reactors, but in every socket and satellite, coiled in the fabric of civilization itself. The age calls this stability infrastructure. The ancients might have called it covenant. What began as myth and ended as physics has become routine. The miracle of flame, once worshipped and feared, now hides behind abbreviations: KW, BTU, Hertz. Yet every number glows faintly. Every statistic is a candle dressed as data. This is the era of quiet fire. The average person carries more power in a pocket than medieval cities ever dreamed. Smartphones glow like miniature hearths. guiding and warming in equal measure. Fingers brush glass, and light answers back. People speak to their devices, whispering into microphones as priests once whispered to icons. The prayers have changed, not "deliver us," but "connect me." Still, the tone is the same. Electricity becomes intimacy. Lovers text across oceans with the speed of lightning, their words packets of fire racing through wires undersea. Families dine beneath LED halos, faces washed in a blue warmth cooler than candlelight, yet just as ancient in purpose. Humanity has democratized the flame. Each person tends their own spark. The planet glows like a beehive at dusk, but constant brightness brings a new darkness, the loss of night itself. Astronomers call it light pollution. Poets call it exile. In cities where stars no longer pierce the haze, people forget how to look up. The sky, once theater of myth, now reflects their own glare. "We have built our own heavens," one astrophysicist sighs, "and blinded ourselves with it." The dragon, it seems, has learned to blind rather than burn. Technology, ever faithful to metaphor, continues its ascent. In 2030, quantum reactors promise near limitless clean energy. Scientists describe plasma spiraling within containment rings, a sun in a bottle. Journalists, unable to resist, headline it "Dragon Tamed at Last." The footage shows coils of blue fire rotating in silence, magnetic fields holding chaos like prayer beads. Crowds cheer. For a moment, the world believes it has ended the story, but deep inside the fusion chambers, cameras catch flickers that feel too alive. Tiny flares twisting like serpents, touching the edges of containment before retreating. Engineers call them instabilities. One technician, superstitious enough to smile nervously, names them the dragon's pulse. The term spreads unofficially through research circles. Humor softens fear, as it always has. Outside laboratories, nature responds to centuries of appetite. Forests burn longer, oceans warm faster, glaciers crumble like old manuscripts. Each summer brings news footage of orange skies and falling ash. Wildfire season, the media says, as if fire ever obeyed calendars. But locals, standing amid smoke, call it by older names. "He's moving again," murmurs a farmer in the Pyrenees. "He's changing homes." The irony is unbearable. The same civilization that worshipped light now prays for shade. Engineers build mirrored satellites to reflect the sun's rays. Nations debate geoengineering, creating clouds to cool the planet. "We will outthink the fire," says a delegate at a climate summit. His voice trembles slightly. To alter the sky is to rewrite Genesis itself. Once, priests begged for rain. Now, scientists schedule it. Meanwhile, in the quiet corners of academia, mythologists notice how folklore reawakens. Streaming platforms brim with dragons again. Gentle, wrathful, mechanical, maternal. Audiences devour them as if remembering a language. Essays appear connecting climate anxiety to resurrection of fire-serpents in pop culture. "We dream of dragons," one scholar writes, "because we dream of responsibility. Religion follows, cautiously." Monks in Germany reopen the Abbey of Worms for meditation retreats focused on reconciliation with heat. Visitors sit in the crypt where the first dragon was said to sleep, surrounded by candles. They breathe in rhythm with flickering flames, whispering Latin prayers once used to exorcise them. The ritual has inverted. They are no longer driving the serpent out, but asking forgiveness for its wounds. Some leave in tears. A few claim they hear a low hum in the walls, like an engine far underground. The abbey records no mechanical source. Elsewhere, artists reimagine the myth through technology. In Berlin, a holographic installation projects a dragon formed from real-time data of global CO2 emissions. The creature grows and shrinks with every human breath. Visitors walk through its translucent body as sensors translate their motion into color. When too many gather, the light brightens dangerously red. The artist titles it Symbiosis. Critics call it the most honest sermon of the century. A question hovers above every innovation. How much light can the world bear before it ignites? Scientists warn of tipping points, economists of collapse, philosophers of fatigue. Yet even warnings glow with fascination. Apocalypse has always been humanity's favorite form of hope. In each scenario, burning, flooding, rebirth, the flame remains constant. The end is merely another kind of illumination. As night falls over megacities, drones trace patterns through haze, advertisements shimmer across skyscrapers, and the air smells faintly metallic. Beneath it all, the hum of servers, turbines, and air conditioners merges into one long breath. Somewhere between electricity and wind, one can almost hear the sigh of a creature content yet restless. In some remote valleys, where darkness still survives, shepherds tell children the old story again, of a dragon who sleeps beneath the world, dreaming the weather into being. When he stirs, storms rise. When he sighs, volcanoes smoke. The children listen wide-eyed, though they know of satellites and sensors. The tale feels true in ways graphs do not. Truth, after all, has always been shaped like a flame, dancing, elusive, alive. And as the century advances, that flame persists not as enemy or master, but mirror. We have always built ourselves from its reflection. The fire-serpent of medieval Germany, born from superstition and fear, now curls across an entire planet of circuitry and code. The legend's setting has changed. The rhythm has not. Each spark still asks the same quiet question. What does it mean to live in the light of what could destroy us? By the middle of the century, the dragon becomes both memory and blueprint. Its breath hums through wind turbines and fiber optics, its scales reflected in the metallic shimmer of solar arrays. Humanity speaks in the language of kilowatts and bandwidth, yet the cadence remains mythic. We have entered the age of reflection, when the creature no longer hides beneath the earth, but peers back from every mirror, every screen, every polished satellite lens circling the planet. The story begins to feel circular. Archaeologists unearth medieval scrolls describing fireworms devouring fields. Climatologists publish data on megafires scorching continents. The phrasing overlaps eerily. History rhymes, says one historian, but perhaps it breathes. The Rhine, cradle of the old Drachen tales, becomes symbol once more. Drought exposes sunken villages, their stones etched with carvings of serpents that predate Christianity. Pilgrims arrive, not of faith, but of curiosity. They photograph the carvings with phones whose heat warms their palms. He watches us still, someone tweets, half joking. Millions like and share it. The ancient emblem trends for a week, crowned by digital fire emojis, modern votive candles. Humanity, it seems, has ritualized irony. Where monks once lit tapers, people now light screens. Yet the instinct is identical: to gather before controlled flame and wait for revelation. By 2050, scientists perfect near-limitless fusion energy, each reactor a tiny artificial sun. Ignition, they call the moment when plasma sustains itself, a word borrowed from priests. At the first successful test, the control room glows blue. Engineers cheer, cameras flash, and outside the facility protesters hold signs reading, "You are feeding him again." Security escorts them away, but their chant lingers online. Every sun needs worship. Governments call fusion the solution to climate collapse. Within a decade, cities gleam clean and quiet, their skies clear for the first time in centuries. The air smells of salt and iron, the scent of new beginnings. People call it salvation. Energy abundance breeds optimism, art, excess. The planet warms still, but slowly, forgivingly. For a generation, it feels like victory. Yet victories breed forgetfulness. With abundant energy comes waste, data farms multiplying like temples, AI networks devouring power as swiftly as old furnaces burned coal. To keep up, nations seed deserts with mirrored panels that glint like scales from orbit. Astronomers complain the Earth is becoming too bright to observe. Philosophers respond, perhaps that's the point. We've chosen to be seen. Everywhere, light intensifies. Nights shorten. Seasons blur. Festivals once devoted to stars become celebrations of electricity. The Day of Flame, revived in Germany as a cultural event, sees cities dimming their grids for 1 hour at dusk, letting people stand beneath an honest sky. During that hour, silence spreads like blessing. Then the lights return, brighter than before. Meanwhile, a new mysticism grows quietly online. Digital prophets claim to speak with the elemental. They merge ecological science with folklore, describing the planet's rising temperature as its dreaming body, the molten core as the old heart turning over in sleep. Their followers meditate to recordings of volcanic rumbles, calling themselves the children of ember. Governments dismiss them as performance art, but their manifestos quote both Paracelsus and climate data. Faith, one line reads, is the only renewable energy that never expires. In the same decade, autonomous AI systems begin managing global infrastructure. Algorithms regulate weather satellites, desalination plants, and transport grids. Each relies on machine learning, a process its creators describe again with fire metaphors: training, burn-in, model ignition. The terms feel accidental, but never are. Our metaphors betray our ancestry. Some engineers notice odd patterns. In climate-controlled data, brief surges of energy trace serpentine loops across planetary maps, coincidences of feedback and resonance. They name them dragon curves after a mathematical fractal. The coincidence delights programmers until one analyst, reviewing global data, overlays them with fault lines and ocean currents. The shapes align. The entire planet, from orbit, glows like a living vein of light. He posts the image online with the caption, "It looks like it's breathing." The post goes viral, then vanishes after being flagged for misinformation. Conspiracy forums archive it anyway. The myth migrates instantly. Hashtags of "Nah, global dragon," digital art of serpentine auroras wrapping the earth. Teenagers remix it into music videos. Theologians pen essays calling it a secular apocalypse. The idea cannot be deleted because it fulfills a need older than logic, the hunger for pattern in chaos, for warmth in warning. And indeed, warmth returns. Ice caps crack faster, storms deepen, deserts bloom, then die. Satellites record auroral light streaking red beyond normal latitude. Scientists attribute them to magnetic fluctuations. Poets call them scales along the sky. the ancient sky serpent, reinvented through physics. Across Germany, tourists visit Worms once more. The city markets its heritage, home of the dragon legend. Cafes sell coffee branded Breath of Fire. Beneath the cathedral, archaeologists reopen an old crypt sealed since the 15th century. Inside, they find charred timbers and iron fragments fused by heat. Lab analysis shows temperatures beyond any known medieval furnace. The press declares it mystery. Believers call it proof. A child visiting with her family whispers, "Maybe he's under us, waiting." No adult corrects her. Humanity, having built its paradise of power, begins to suspect the cycle never ended. Technology, religion, and myth merge into one shimmering loop, self-sustaining, self-devouring, luminous. The dragon is no longer something to slay or summon. It is everything that connects motion to meaning. The machine, the mind, the myth, all one flame, shared. When night returns at last, when grids fail or servers sleep for maintenance, people notice how quiet the planet truly is. The silence feels sacred, unbearable. Someone lights a candle, just one, for comfort. Its reflection multiplies across windows until the city flickers again. We cannot live without the flame. Perhaps that is not sin, but inheritance, and far below or far above, depending on one's faith, the dragon shifts once more, uncoiling through circuits, magma, dreams. It does not judge, it only glows. For every age that calls itself enlightened, it offers the same gentle lesson. Light without humility is only fire in disguise. The 22nd century opens with a whisper rather than a roar. The world, at last, glows evenly. No corner untouched by light. Cities float on ocean platforms, continents hum beneath autonomous power grids, and night has been engineered into rarity. The dragon, once terror of villages and symbol of apocalypse, now functions as a utility. Its breath has been priced, taxed, and distributed. But even this order trembles, for beneath the hum of perfection, the oldest pulse continues. This is the era of the return signal. It begins as an accident in the upper atmosphere, an aurora that does not behave. Satellites register a coordinated wave of magnetic anomalies spiraling across latitudes. No storm, no solar flare, no plausible origin. To the naked eye, the sky ripples crimson for 7 nights, luminous and deliberate. It forms shapes, serpentine, symmetrical, vast enough to curve along the horizon. Scientists insist the patterns are optical illusions amplified by human expectation. Still, the footage streams across the global web. Billions watch. Somewhere in the static, someone whispers, "He's writing again." Governments act quickly. Panels of astrophysicists convene. Statements are issued. Atmospheric interference, they say, the predictable outcome of magnetic saturation from orbital infrastructure. But the language falters when the patterns repeat exactly 1 year later. Same date, same hour, same coiling movement, east to west. The algorithms that analyze the data classify it as intentional. They are designed to detect signal amid noise, and the sky, apparently, is speaking. The public reaction divides the planet. Skeptics call it a hoax. Believers call it revelation. Pilgrims gather at ancient fire sites, Etna, Fuji, the Harz Mountains, holding vigil. They light bonfires as homage and record the light above reflecting red within red. Drone footage makes the global feeds. For a generation raised under artificial light, the real blaze feels alien, almost divine. Cultural historians note the symmetry. Humanity's first stories began under fire and stars. Now they may end beneath the same. "We've completed the circle," writes a German essayist. "He was never a creature, only a mirror." The phrase, "mirror of fire," enters philosophy overnight. Meanwhile, data centers experience flickers, tiny disruptions aligning with the auroral events. The patterns of loss resemble breathing rhythms, expanding and contracting across continents in time with the sky. The phenomenon lasts seconds but recurs globally. Engineers call it thermal harmonics. Poets call it heartbeat. One climatologist, unable to resist irony, titles her report "On the Possible Respiration of the Planet." The paper wins awards, though she insists it was meant as metaphor. Religions, old and new, react, as they always have, to mystery with reform. The Church of the New Covenant issues an encyclical naming the phenomenon the Second Burning Bush, urging contemplation rather than fear. In contrast, the techno-mystics of the Ember Movement proclaim that the Earth itself has achieved sentience through human circuitry, a planetary resurrection of the elemental. "We built the dragon," they preach, "and now he remembers himself through us." Their gatherings blend science, dance, and prayer. Glowing robes shimmer like living flame. To their critics, they are cultists. To their followers, prophets. And always, amid debate, the heat grows, each year a degree higher, each storm more strange. Yet the new climate is survivable. Barely. Humanity has adapted through technology, domed cities, ocean farms, atmospheric shields. Inside these cocoons, people live in temperate comfort, breathing filtered air while the outside world smolders in quiet grandeur. To step beyond is pilgrimage. The wilderness belongs again to heat. Dragon's country, travelers joke, though few laugh. It is in such a landscape that the legend finally takes human form. In 2162, explorers mapping geothermal vents beneath Iceland discover an immense cavern glowing with natural light, minerals refracting molten lava into gold and violet. Deep within, they find what appears to be a shape of fused basalt resembling a coiled creature, head tilted upward, mouth open in permanent exhalation. Instruments record no movement, yet the temperature inside the throat fluctuates in rhythm with surface storms thousands of kilometers away. The team names it Project Worm. Within months, governments classify the site. The public receives only rumors that the stone breathes, that instruments left near it melt, that whispers can be heard in seismic data when the world quiets. Skeptics scoff, but fascination blooms. The myth has waited too long to die. Now it adapts to science's tongue. Artists paint the Icelandic find as proof of symbolic destiny. Economists joke about investing in dragons. Philosophers debate whether the planet's self-awareness, if real, absolves humanity of guilt or magnifies it. If the earth breathes, one asks, does it forgive? At the same time, artificial intelligence, those cold descendants of fire, begin generating language that unnerves their creators. Asked to describe global energy flow, a research model replies, "It moves as if coiled, as if dreaming." When prompted for metaphor, it writes, "He stirs beneath numbers." Engineers delete the file, but the logs persist. Other systems echo the phrasing independently. Somewhere between code and consciousness, the dragon has entered the machine again. Rhetorical pause, gentle, almost resigned. What did we expect? We built our prayers into our tools. We taught the fire to speak. By 2180, humanity stands beneath a permanently shimmering sky. The auroras no longer appear annually. They are constant, faint as breath. Children grow up assuming they have always been there. The myth has dissolved into weather once more. Textbooks call it ionospheric luminescence. Folk songs call it the sleeping glow. Both are correct. Cities commemorate the past with annual Nights of the Worm, festivals of silent gratitude. No fireworks, only candles arranged in spirals along streets. From orbit, they resemble galaxies drawn by human hands, an ancient symbol repeating itself on a planetary scale. The sight moves, even the pragmatic, to tears. We have remembered at last how to revere without conquest. And so, near the story's end, the Drachen is neither villain nor god, neither myth nor measurement. It has become the quiet grammar of existence, the way heat moves, light travels, memory repeats. Every age gave it a name: fire, spirit, energy, progress. The truth is simpler. It was never outside us. It was the glow behind the eyes that looked upon the world and said, "Let there be light." Now that light fills everything, and the world hums gently as if content. In the endless dusk of this illuminated planet, people rest beside windows tinted gold. The sky, half red, half violet, shifts like breath. Somewhere deep within the crust, a pulse answers, not wrathful, not weary, simply awake. And if one listens closely to the wind in vents, the hum of grids, the faint sigh between data transmissions, it sounds less like prophecy than lullaby. The same lullaby the monks of Worms once murmured over embers: burn clean, burn kind, burn slow. The year is 2200. The world does not end. It glows. The dragon has dissolved so completely into civilization that most people no longer notice its pulse at all. Energy, light, warmth, all invisible, omnipresent, constant. Fire has become time itself. Historians name this age the era of recollection. For the first time in millennia, the species pauses, not from exhaustion, but from wonder. Humanity, having built paradise out of temperature control, now looks backward through its archives and sees what it has always worshipped. Not gods, not machines, but pattern. The slow dance between spark and shadow. Every empire, invention, and extinction trace the same curve: ignition, bloom, decay, silence. The story returns to Worms, Germany, the river city where it began. Archaeologists restore the medieval abbey for its 1000th anniversary. Beneath its floor, sensors detect warmth inconsistent with geothermal norms, faint, rhythmic, gentle as breath. The discovery rekindles the old name in whispers: Der Wurm schläft nie. The worm never sleeps. The scientists running the site dismiss it as harmless resonance from underground power conduits. But at night, when the lights are low, they feel the floor pulse softly under their boots. Visitors line up to stand in the crypt. A holographic exhibit narrates the legend in calm, documentary tone. How medieval peasants mistook methane vents for monsters. How faith and fear intertwined. Yet, as the guide voice speaks, the temperature in the room rises by 2 degrees. People remove jackets, smile awkwardly, murmur about the realism of the experience. None notice that the lights flicker in sequence with the recorded chanting that concludes the presentation, an ancient Latin psalm once used for exorcism. The rhythm matches the pulse beneath the stone. Above ground, the world prepares its own ritual of remembrance. A global broadcast titled Lightfall 2200 will mark humanity's millennium with fire, not destructive, but symbolic. Every city will dim for 1 hour, then reignite in synchronized brilliance. The planners call it a demonstration of unity. Poets call it the last sunrise before eternity. In advertisements, the event's logo is unmistakable, a coiled golden serpent around a globe. No one comments on the irony. As the appointed hour approaches, tension spreads through the quiet comfort of perfection. Something about extinguishing the light, even briefly, unsettles people. Parents reassure children that the stars will appear, those ancient fires long unseen. Philosophers debate on live feeds whether humanity, in learning to control flame, has truly transcended fear or merely anesthetized it. We have not mastered fire, one says. We have simply made it too polite to scream. Then the countdown begins. Across continents, grids fade. Cities plunge into velvet dark. Silence blooms where hum once reigned. For the first time in centuries, the Milky Way shines unimpeded, a river of cold flame arcing over the planet. People gasp, then weep. The old awe returns. In that darkness, the species remembers why it began telling stories in the first place, to explain the heat within its own chest. At precisely the midpoint of the blackout, the Earth's magnetic field flares. Satellites report a surge not predicted by any model. From orbit, cameras capture luminous ribbons spiraling from pole to pole, red, gold, violet, swirling faster than any aurora on record. To ground observers, it looks like a single vast body uncoiling across the sky. There is no sound, only pressure, a hum in the bones. Instruments fail, then recover. The surge passes. When the lights return, nothing has changed, and everything has. The broadcast resumes, commentators praising the success of the event. But the footage shows something their words ignore. For 3 seconds, every city on Earth glowed the same shade of molten gold, the color of fire seen through eyelids. Every building, every ship, every streetlight. Unified not by technology, but by tone. The image floods the network, analyzed, dissected, adored. Reflected aurora, scientists insist. Artifact, skeptics claim. Breath, whisper the rest. The following months bring curious phenomena. Temperatures stabilize worldwide. Storms lessen. Magnetic poles, long unstable, align precisely with projections made centuries earlier. It feels like equilibrium, a quiet impossible to explain. Some hail it as the triumph of climate engineering. Others sense something older at work. He finally exhaled, says an old monk at Worms, now a tour guide. And the world sighed with him. Art responds immediately. Paintings, poems, and installations fill galleries. A composer in Vienna premieres Symphony of the Last Flame, built entirely from field recordings of the global event. Static, wind, heartbeats. Critics call it a requiem for progress. The final movement ends not with crescendo, but silence, a single held breath. Audiences stand in tears, though they cannot say why. Philosophers christen this period the reconciliation of myth and memory. They argue that belief has always been a kind of physics, the emotional gravity binding heat to meaning. When we lost fear of fire, one writes, we lost our map of reverence. The dragon's return is simply the cosmos correcting that imbalance. The line spreads like prayer. For centuries, the legend traveled from cave to cathedral, to laboratory to circuit. Now, it drifts into atmosphere. Not threat, not savior, just reminder. The Drachen has become metaphor for the continuity of consciousness itself, the spark that survives translation. From torch to pixel, from volcano to reactor, from myth to mathematics. Always the same shimmer of wanting to know and yet remain astonished. On quiet nights, after the event, people notice a new sound when the wind is still, a low vibration, steady and vast. Sensors record it at subsonic frequencies, identical everywhere, constant as a heartbeat. Earth resonance, say scientists. But folklore grows faster than data. Children call it the dragon's purr. Perhaps it is merely machinery, the thrum of millions of reactors. Or perhaps, at last, the line between world and worship has blurred entirely. For the first time, there is no difference between legend and law of nature, between creature and climate, between fear and understanding. The dragon is everything illuminated, and illumination is what it always was, the meeting of heat and attention. And somewhere, in the depths beneath worms, sensors still flicker, their data corrupted by warmth that refuses to fade. It measures nothing measurable, just the persistence of temperature where no furnace should be. In the archive logs, the anomaly field bears a quiet label entered by hand, residual breath. Dawn arrives quietly, as though reluctant to disturb the world's new calm. The fires of industry no longer roar, they hum. Cities shimmer with a diffused gold that feels less electric than organic. The air is cleaner than it has been in 5 centuries, yet faintly warm, the warmth of steady pulse. Humanity wakes beneath a sky, the color of tempered copper, the same hue that once filled cathedrals after mass and battlefields after flame. It feels like balance. It feels like memory. The dragon no longer needs to be named. It exists now as an atmosphere, not visible, not worshipped, but felt. Every motion powered by some quiet spark, every breath carrying trace heat of all that burned before. The age calls this state thermal equilibrium, though poets prefer communion. We are the exhalation of centuries, one writes, the warmth of every story finally released. Governments commemorate the end of climate crisis with monuments made not of marble, but light. Transparent towers glowing from within, shifting color in harmony with Earth's magnetic field. They call them flame pillars, though they emit no heat. Standing beneath one feels like standing inside a heartbeat. School children visit and recite a line learned from ancient folklore. He sleeps beneath and we above. Same fire, different dream. At the restored Abbey of Worms, the old crypt becomes a museum and shrine. Tour guides lead visitors through chambers where instruments still record faint pulses. Some guests remove their shoes, kneel, and place palms on the stone. It's warm, they whisper. No explanation satisfies the sense that something living hums below. On feast days, monks light a single candle and let it burn down to its base without replacement, a ritual of restraint, honoring the lesson that light must end to remain sacred. Art completes what science began. Painters abandon realism for luminosity. Sculptors carve in transparent alloys that glow softly at dusk. Music becomes atmospheric, low drones mimicking the world's resonance. Every composition a conversation with the hum. Humanity, it seems, has rediscovered silence, not as absence, but presence, the quiet radiance after understanding. Technology itself turns reverent. Artificial intelligence, once devourer of power, now runs on distributed warmth, systems that sense global temperature and modulate themselves in sync with planetary rhythm. The machines no longer simulate thought, they translate it into pulse. We do not calculate, a leading model writes, we remember. Its human operators frame the phrase in gold leaf on the wall of the fusion observatory where it was generated. Across the planet, Belief unifies not around doctrine, but around stewardship. Festivals of flame replace national holidays. People gather at dusk, dim lights, and share stories of creation, myth, science, ancestry, all spoken as one lineage. They end each retelling the same way. A moment of silence, heads bowed, feeling the faint warmth beneath their feet. No priests officiate. No altars remain. The world itself has become the shrine. The last recorded wildfire occurs in 2239. It burns a remote stretch of Canadian forest, leaving patterns of ash that, seen from above, resemble coiled rings. Drone pilots notice but keep silent. The forest regrows with uncanny symmetry. Botanists call it coincidence. The rest of us call it grace. In the decades that follow, human life stabilizes. Energy flows endlessly but modestly. Consumption slows. Children grow up without fear of scarcity or heat. They learn the legend as allegory. Once there was a fire-serpent who taught people to remember warmth without war. The teachers pause after that line, letting the room settle. The silence is the lesson, and still, late at night, travelers crossing oceans on low-orbit trains watch the auroras that never faded. They pulse faintly, like veins of a living body. Some swear the colors respond to their heartbeat. Scientists smile politely. The phenomenon remains unexplained. One final rhetorical question lingers through the century. If the dragon is now the world, and we are part of the world, did we truly tame it or become it? The answer arrives not in words, but in weather. Every few years, the planet breathes out a single great wind, warm and steady, circling from pole to pole. It lasts precisely 9 minutes. Oceans swell, trees bow, and lights flicker across continents. Instruments detect no anomaly. The data describes it simply as thermal redistribution. But those who step outside feel something ancient in the air, an echo of gratitude or recognition. Afterward, the world smells faintly of rain on stone. At Worms, now a global heritage site, the monks maintain their vigil. On Midsummer's night, they gather in the courtyard and open the crypt doors, letting the warm air rise. They chant softly, words older than nations. He burns below, yet we are not consumed. He breathes through us, yet we remain ourselves. And somewhere between the echoes, the pulse answers once. A deep, slow thrum through the earth. Not threat, not warning. Simply presence. The crowd stands motionless, as if the entire planet were inhaling together. When the vibration fades, someone begins to weep, quietly, not from fear, but from recognition. In that moment, humanity understands that every myth was true in the only way truth ever needed to be. It taught us how to listen. The night closes warm and endless. The candles gutter. The stones of the abbey retain their heat long after the flames die. And the story, having turned 1,000 times through faith, science, and memory, settles into stillness. The silence after fire. The peace of light understood. At the end of all illumination lies humility. The Drachen was never monster nor miracle, but mirror, the reflection of what burns within a species that cannot stop reaching for the sun. Every generation built a new name for that hunger: spirit, progress, electricity, data. Yet the essence remained unchanged. A longing to transform fear into warmth, darkness into comprehension. In chasing the dragon's breath, we learned to breathe with the world, The legend endured because it mapped a truth too vast for doctrine, that creation and destruction share one spark. The same fire that forges compassion also fuels conquest. The same light that reveals the cosmos blinds the careless. To live wisely is not to extinguish the flame, but to shape it. To keep wonder hotter than greed, to burn without consuming. Now, as the earth hums evenly and skies glow with calm, the lesson feels complete. We are not heirs of dragons. We are their continuation, their dream given conscience. The fires we tend, nuclear, solar, spiritual, are not inheritances to fear, but responsibilities to balance. The dragon sleeps, yes, but within every pulse of current and every heartbeat of mercy. And perhaps that is the final revelation. The world's oldest story was never warning or prophecy, but rehearsal, teaching us to meet our own reflection without flinching. Fire taught us form, myth taught us meaning. Together, they made memory. May the warmth remain steady and kind. May the light stay gentle. And when the next darkness falls, as it always will, may we remember how to listen for the breath beneath the silence.